happen. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. My neighbors compete to see who can put up more blinding lights. The kids all wish away the month 'cause they want presents in sight. This year had me so mad, I've been bad, got cold that is sitting under my tree. I think that my Christmas has died. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. When I was just a boy, Christmas brought so much joy. Couldn't wait for the presents and laughter. I couldn't sleep late at night, looking for Santa with lights. Those are the memories I still remember. Then I became a man, lost sight of who I am, but right in front of me was the answer. 'Cause on Christmas I feel joy, and I turn back to a boy. The answer is to stay young forever. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This
And we're live. And may the 4th be with you today. And live long and prosper. Anyway, glad to see everybody here. So let's start by saying hello to everyone. So the cookie recipient today is Gerald Stewart. He actually came in at 1:02 this afternoon. Just a few minutes after I put up the whatever you call it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So congratulations, Gerald, you got the cookie and we're glad to see you. And then Digger Evans came in second at 1:05, just 3 minutes later. He gets the half cookie. So anyway, good to see you, Digger, and enjoy your half cookie. Let's see who else we got here. Wigwag Workshop. How you doing, Stephen? Good to see you. And let's see who else we got here. Thomas Grassy. Hey, Tom, how's it going? Good to see you here. BNSF 6951. Cousin Vinny. Good to see you, cuz. Hope you're doing well. Let's see what else we got here. Stormy Sky Rail Productions. Not sure which one, Dave or the other one. Not sure. Anyway, good to see you here. And what else we got here? Dundas Junction Model Railroad. James, how's it going, James? Sorry, man, no cookie for you. Maybe next time. Crowley Express. Dwight, how's it going, Dwight? Good to see you. And who else we got here? Mom and Son Train Rail Fans. Hey, Tammy and Ray, how's it going? Let's see. Oh, you got your mail call. Cool. We'll talk about that a little later. Let's see. Who else we got here? And as we scroll down. Scrolling. Joe Rader, Black Rock Central. Hey, Joe, how's it going? And still scrolling. Skullkill River Valley. Hey, John, how you doing? John Benicki. Hey, John, how's it going? And who else we got here? We're getting near the bottom. Ethan Armitage. Uncle Ethan. How's it going, Ethan? Good to see you here. ELSDP 45. Hey, how's it going? And Crooked River and Eastern Railroad. Crooked Dave. Hey, Dave, how's it going? Let's see what else we got here. Okay, I think I covered everybody. You know the routine. If I missed you, you'll just have to chase me down and smack me upside the head. Good luck with that. Alright, so what do we got going here? Oh yeah, so an interesting day. Tried to get a few things accomplished today. Got a few things done, amazingly. Alright, first thing I want to talk about. Mom and Son Railroad. Tammy and Ray. I sent that flat car with the load on it, and that was a gift to Ray. So Ray, I hope you're enjoying it. And I was happy to give it away to someone who really, I thought, would really appreciate it, and I believe he will. So now you know who got the flat car. Now, I'm going to build more of those flat cars, and who knows, I may be giving out some more of them. So you never know. So keep an eye on your mailbox because, you know, you may get lucky. So let's see what else we got here. You know, once again, I didn't really get a lot done this past week. That's not really news, is it? But it's just the way things go. I got so many things going on. I don't know what the hell to do first. It's just one of those things. But anyway, I've been making headway on the flat cars for less. Excuse me, and I'm going to show you one of them. This one here is actually completed. It's decaled. Got my brake wheel and stand on there. Katy couplers, metal wheels. It's been dull coated. That's better than the crazy shine it had before. There's the other side. Now it also has weight capacity, weight limits on there. They're kind of hard to see, but they're there, believe me. So these came out really nice. I'm kind of impressed with myself on this one. And so far I have that one finished. I have this one over here. I'm waiting on couplers for this one. Pretty much same deal. Matter of fact, you might be able to see the lettering a little better on there and the weight thingies. And I've got the other 8 there waiting to be dull coated. And I think I've got 2 of them that need couplers. The rest are basically complete except for the dull coat. And you can see that they're pretty shiny without the dull coat on there. You know how shiny that is? So we're gonna, what happens is I have to pull the wheels, the trucks off of these, and the couplers back out, and shoot it with the dull coat, let it dry, and then reassemble it. Now it seems like an extra step, but I thought that was the best way to do it. It takes a little longer, but that's okay. Well, thank you, Ethan. Cool. Thank you, Vinny. I'm really proud of myself on this one. Like I said, I have a few extras. I have 3 of them that are on the layout right now that are undecorated. I'm going to decorate those. They're probably going to be Burlington Northern, since it's already the proper color for it. And I have one here. This was an extra. I still got to put the trucks and couplers into it, and I got to decal this one. Like I said, I'll probably do this the same as the 3 that are on the layout now. These will be Burlington Northerns. So, yeah, I may even make myself some more in another livery down the road. Not sure. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. And thank you, John. Appreciate that. And Tenny Ray says, Jim, we made a video and shows Ray running it. Looks awesome. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you like it. I'm very happy to have gifted it to him. Well, you know, Benny, that could happen. You never know what I'll do next. It'll be a little tricky to do it in N scale, but I believe I can do it. So you never know. Yeah, it might not be in the next month or 2, but you know, it could happen. Thank you, Digger. Appreciate it. Same thing, John. Appreciate that. Well, see, that's the thing, Dwight. Now, you know, I did HO because, well, the job I got paid to do here was for HO, and of course, my own is HO. I know I could do one in O scale if I needed to. I don't know if I would go any bigger than that, like S scale or G scale. I mean, it depends. And it would be probably pretty costly, but I mean, I'm sure I could do it. You know. N scale, I'm a little iffy on. I believe I could probably try it, so I may just pick up or I'll actually have to scale down the flat car and see if I can miniaturize the decals. So we'll see. It's possible. Anything's possible. Ethan says, please send me a BN. Oh, yeah. Well, you never know. You might get lucky, Ethan. You never know. And, yeah, I could probably do G scale. You know. It would be tough. But I believe, I don't know if, well, I'd have to do it in 2 pieces. Because my build plate isn't big enough to do it in 1 piece, so I'd have to like do 2 halves and then glue them together. you know, with extra supports. I mean, I would know how to do it. So if somebody really wanted it and they were willing to pay for it, absolutely. Ethan says, do you want an HO? I said, you just have to wait and see. I'm not promising anybody anything. But I am saying that at some point I'm going to be handing some of them out down the road. So, hey, Ray Bertelson, how you doing? Good to see you here. All right, well, that's cool, Tammy. We'll see you later. Enjoy your meal. Let's see what else we got going on here. Ethan says, can you please help with building my O-gauge Lionel train layout for me? I'm a little far away from you, Ethan, I think. I'm down here in Florida. Don't know if I could actually help you much. But you might be able to find somebody closer to you. So that was the big thing for me this week. I spent about 3 days. I said there's a total of 10 cars for less. So they're all decaled out now, so that's good. Like I said, all you got to do is disassemble, dull coat them, reassemble them, and then next is figuring out shipping because they're going to Australia. So, and Les thought that there might be, I don't, maybe you guys know anything about it, but the last time I sent a package to Australia, it cost a fortune, and they didn't have a flat rate box that big. So I'm hoping that maybe there's a flat rate box I can use, like an international flat rate box, and it might save us some money, I would think, because these things aren't going to weigh maybe 2 or 3 pounds, all 10 of them, you know, because I think they're probably not even that much actually. They're 4.9 ounces each, because you know I've weighted them down and all, so if I could save them a few bucks on shipping, that would be cool. So I got that done, and what else did I do? Still haven't touched the damn caboose yet. It looks just like it did last week and a week before. I'll probably start on that this week. I want to get it wrapped up, maybe over the weekend. Like I said, the body's all ready to go. I just got to mount the LEDs in the back and button her down, and she's ready to rock and roll. And same thing with the passenger car, the trunk car. Here's the bottom part, and I painted the floor pans of the interior, but I still got to paint the seats and the tables and stuff, and then put people in there. So I don't know. Probably won't get to that till next week, maybe. Hard telling. No problem, Ethan. I don't mind that at all. I say hello to everybody. Hey, Tennessee River Union Railroad. How you doing, Tennessee? You're late this morning. I'm late, but I am here. Well, it's never a problem to be late here, so don't worry about it. You know, you get here when you get here. And if you get here too late, well, just watch the replay. Not a problem. So, let's see what else we want to talk about. Oh, I got something you guys want to see. Now, I got to credit Gerald Stewart for this. He sent me an email yesterday, I think it was. This is the best video I think I've ever seen. It's a little over 4 minutes long, but you guys are going to love it, okay? So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to run it now. I think you'll enjoy this. Check it out.
Hello and servus. It is spring 2023 and I'm in Vienna, the capital city of Austria. A city that is famous for its coffee houses and cafes, its cakes and its pastries. So what sort of person comes here and then goes to a Czech burger chain? Welcome to the Model Railway Restaurant. We've come to the Vienna branch of Vitopna, a small Czech burger chain where your food and drinks are delivered to your table by model railway. This might just be the greatest restaurant I've ever been to. And we haven't even sat down yet.
Hallo. Zwei Personen? Oder möglich? Do you want to go around? Okay, right.
The first Vitopna opened in the Czech city of Brno back in 2009, but unfortunately that one has now closed, so we came here instead. But it's exactly the same concept. They call it meat and beer on rails.
This is very good. Very good indeed. Very good.
So how exactly does it work? Well, in many ways, just like a normal restaurant. A member of staff comes to your table, takes your order, and a few minutes later, your food and drink arrive.
I like how it pulls slowly into the station. Danke.
By the way, it's not just meat and beer that come along the rails here. They also have vegetarian options, as well as a large selection of non-alcoholic beverages. Frankly, they've missed a golden opportunity to open a salad bar instead and call it Leaves on the Line. But of course, the main reason you come here is the model trains. The restaurant make all of the models themselves, and although there are only a few trains running about at the moment, possibly because we've come here on a quiet midweek lunchtime, they have a big display of historic locomotives at the back of the room, and I guess maybe these ones come out on special occasions. But more about the trains in a moment. Is the food actually any good? Well, Andrew's already finished his.
Was it good?
It was the best meal I've ever had in Austria. Definitely.
Wow. How many meals have you had in Austria? More than one, right?
This is the best one.
Yeah.
For sure.
Right, I don't think this is going to be a food channel anytime soon, but the burgers were pretty good. Anyway, back to the trains. When you've finished your meal, another train comes down the track, you load your empty glass or plate onto the trucks, wave it goodbye, and off it goes. All the way down the side of the restaurant, and all the way along the back, until eventually it arrives back where it started, in the kitchen. The system is controlled by computer, and in theory, all the staff really have to do is load the train with the correct food and drink, and then tell the software which table it needs to travel to. In practice though, the people who work here have to be on constant alert, because the miniature trains keep having miniature accidents. This is probably the only waitering job in the world where you also have to be an expert in railway salvage operations. Having said that though, this is not the only model railway restaurant in the world. You can find similar places in Budapest and Chicago, and Vitopna themselves have another branch in Prague. And if you're ever in the eastern Czech town of Orlova, they have an outdoor one, which used to belong to the Vitopna chain as well, but now it seems to operate independently. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, if you know any other model railway restaurants out there that I haven't mentioned, please do tell us about them in the comments. But if you'd like to visit this one in Vienna, you'll find it next to Naschmarkt, just to the south of the city centre, between the metro stations at Karlsplatz and Kettenbrückegasse. And you should expect to pay about €15 for a burger and about €5 for a pint, depending of course on what exactly you're ordering. The restaurant is completely step-free and wheelchair accessible, and it's also a great place to bring your kids, whether they're 5 or 55. And as always, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Was that too cool or what? I really gotta thank you, Gerald, for that, man. I had no idea that such a thing had even existed. I don't know how you bumped into it, but thanks for sending it to me so I could share it with everybody. We need to have one down here in Florida. You know, if I had the money, I'd start a bar and do that, or a restaurant, whatever. That's just way too cool. Joe says, used to have one of these about 2 miles from my house. They closed in the 60s. Really? They had them that far back? That's pretty cool. Yeah, it is a nice setup there. It really is all computerized. I don't really know how they... I guess they'd have to have sensors in the table, and either that or somebody's on a video screen and actually watching where the train goes, you know. I'm not sure. I'm sure there's a way to do it, though. Yeah, Ray, it definitely looks like fun. I would go to a place like that if there was one near here. That's just way too cool. Hey, what did they come up with next, you know? You know, that's the thing about here in the States. You know, nobody's really got a good imagination for this stuff, which is a shame. Because things like that could be really cool. I mean, I could think of a dozen different restaurant themes that would probably go over real well, but would be very expensive to actually come up with. But there's a lot of cool stuff you can do, you know. So, yeah, maybe stuff like this will catch on and we'll see more of it, I hope. Alright, next thing on the agenda. Hoping this thing don't lock up on me. Tennessee says, well then Jim, let's do it. We can open it up in Orlando. There you go. I don't have any money to do it with, but man, if I did, I would not hesitate because that is way too cool. But maybe some of you guys got the cash to do something like that, you know. Now I would jump on as a consultant. I'd help you out with it, you know. That'd be worthwhile. I just don't have any cash. And I haven't won a lottery yet because, you know, I don't play. Money, we can do it. Yeah, there you go. You know, I was saying, wish you one hand and you know what, and the other, see which one fills up. That's bad. So anyway, on to the next topic. Now, most of you guys, I'm pretty sure, were down in the Morning Brew this morning with Dave Thurber. I was there. And he was talking about Star Wars graffiti on the train cars. And I thought, you know, I could do that. So I did a little searching earlier today. And I came up with some. I looked at some of the posters from the original Star Wars movies. I said, you know, I could probably manipulate them just a hair. Excuse me. Print the decals and put them on some boxcars or even a tanker or whatever. Oh, damn, I got hiccups today. Sorry about that, guys. So, I'm going to show you what I got. Let's see, here was, this one here I thought was the best one. That would be cool to put on the side of a boxcar. You know. Like I said, all I got to do is lay that on decal paper and print it out. And I got myself a decal. You know, piece of cake. And over here I got this one. Where'd it go? I got this one here. I got the original Star Wars thing, which would be good like on one side of the boxcar, one end. And then, stop doing that. Got this one here I thought was pretty cool. And then of course this one here. Oh, man, stop doing that. I should have not put this on the loop, I guess. So these are cool. Like I said, I could do these. And I'm probably going to go ahead and print one up next week sometime. And test it on one of my blank box cards. Or even one of the panty ones, I'm not sure. But I'll see which one I think it looks best on. So what do you guys think about that? You think that's pretty cool or what? Would that be a cool idea? Hey Kyle, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, now that would be cool. Now, I saw that poster or whatever with Stewie Griffin dressed as Darth Vader. And that would be cool. I like that idea. Dave likes it. Totally cool. Yeah, I'm going to do one. Yeah. Alright, Joe. You really seriously never watched the Star Wars movie? How come? What were you doing? I watched every one they made. Now, I watched the first 4 in the theater. I think, or the first 3. I said Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, and I think there was 2 others. Anyway, I saw the first 4 in the theaters, and the other ones I saw on the big screen TV in my house. I don't go to the theater anymore. They're pretty good. The last one was eh. I mean, overall, the best one was the original Star Wars, which was actually the 5th in the series, I think. 4th or 5th. I don't know why they did it that way, but, you know, they had everything all out of order. But I thought that was the best one out of all. That it usually is, you know. Time they do a series like that, the first one's excellent, the other one's, yeah, so, you know. But I can't believe you didn't see any of those. Shame on you. Tennessee says, I'll share that with you later, and yes, I'll buy a decal. Oh, cool. All right. Yeah, get with me on that. We'll work something out. We'll trade or something. Ethan's back. Where'd you go, Ethan? Steven from Wigwag says, I too have never seen a Star Wars movie or TV show. Man, I need to bitch slap both of you guys. What the hell, you living under a rock or what? I mean, not everybody's into sci-fi, I guess, but like, they really were some of the best movies out there. I mean, all these movies are, you know. Even the Star Trek movies are good. The original series was good. Next Generation. I've been watching Star Trek Picard on TV. And then they got the Star Wars offshoots like The Mandalorian. That's a good series. And I think there's another one. I can't remember what it is now, but I watch all that stuff because I'm a big sci-fi freak anyway, you know. And I just love this stuff, man. You too, Kyle? Oh, man. You'd have to have a slap fest with all of you. I don't know. Alright, now here's a normal guy here. Vinny's got the original 6-pack CD. Alright, there you go, Vinny. Good man. Yeah, that's true. Return of the Jedi was the last in the original. I don't remember. I've got them all on DVD. I think all of them up to date right now. So, probably never watch them again, but I got them nevertheless. Joe says, nope, never, did not interest. Alright, so you're not into sci-fi. That's cool. I mean, most guys are, but, you know, some probably aren't. Kyle said the same thing, Joe, never cared for it. Okay. Vinny's gonna shame all of you now. Define normal. Well, we're not gonna go there. Kyle says, because I'm not. Well, none of us are normal. If we were normal, we wouldn't be playing with trades now, would we? But that's okay. That's a good thing. Anyway, I thought it'd be cool. I mean, I never thought about it, you know, putting decals on the cards like that. And you can do them graffiti style or just as an actual, you know, like an advertisement or something, or, you know, an endorsement on the train car. I think it'd be cool to do something like that. I mean, you know, you want to dress these things up because, let's face it, in the real life, you don't see too many brand new rail cars that are untouched. You know? So. Slappy wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, I hear you. I haven't slapped a few times myself, mind you. Digger says, yeah, it's fine. My little girl wasn't interested in Star Wars. I think Vader scared her. She was ever so young. Yeah, well, that could be for a young kid. You know. No. I thought Vader was kind of cool, actually, but I don't know, it's just weird. Now I think it was in Mandalorian. I think they Vader. Well, they had a different guy and everything, but they actually used the voice of the original actor who is actually deceased, I believe. And they digitized his voice somehow to duplicate Vader's voice from the original Star Wars in the Mandalorian TV series. So that was kind of cool. A little scary though, you think about that. If they could do stuff like that, you know, And I remember years ago they had a commercial with who the hell was it? I can't remember his name now. Famous cowboy, the one back in the 50s. Anyway, they actually, and he's been dead for a long time, you know. They brought him back to life, so to speak, for a TV commercial, and it looked just like him. I mean, it looked real, you know, even though it was digitized. So they can start doing stuff like that. Heck, you can get into some weird stuff with that, you know. Digger says, yeah, I think he's cool, just little girls that don't want to watch. Can't blame him. It's a scary figure. James says, Star Wars, yes, on the tube tonight. We'll slip hockey game. Okay, cool. Skip hockey, I'm guessing what you're saying. Hockey. Tells you I'm going to email you a few. I'm assuming it's the same as what's on your... Yes, it is. I've had the same email address for, I think, well, since email came out. I'm one of them guys, I don't like change. Close to Star Wars, which was Spaceballs. I did, well, yeah. Spaceballs was a funny movie. You know? That guy, I can't remember his name offhand, Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks is like, he's a genius, a comedic genius, he really is. And he does some weird stuff. And Dave was talking earlier that they did History of the World Part 2, which I watched. They're half-hour shows, or I think it was 6 or 7 of them. And they were funny, a little weird. And they weren't really woke, so to speak. They were just Mel Brooks funny stuff, you know, because he does funny stuff, and I don't think Brooks is woke at all. So if you get a chance, Dave, check it out. They're really funny. Yeah, it really is. It's a good series, Vinny. You know what? The only thing that pisses me off these days. This is almost a rant, but it's not. You know, some years ago, remember when I think it was the Writers Guild went on strike? The Screenwriters Guild? Because prior to that, there was like anywhere from, I think, 26 to 30-some TV shows per year. And then they took a 3-month break and then back to work, you know. Now they're down, well, they're starting to climb back up, I guess, because it's probably hurting them. But for a while there, they were down to 6 or 8 shows per season. Well, you know, what the hell? So the show ends on, the season ends on the 8th episode. You gotta wait almost a year to see it again. You done forgot what already happened. You know. And I think they probably lost a lot of viewers over that. So I noticed lately they've kind of bumped up to 12 episodes per season, but still not enough. We need to go back to at least 26. Then I'd be happy, because I think this is bullshit, you know. They get crazy money for this stuff, and they got the nerve to say, well, we need a vacation. Yeah, I got your vacation right here, you know. Hey, Waycross Trade Spotter, Scott, how you doing? Good to see you. Says, hi, Jim and everyone, and Disney is going to make another Star Wars movie, and Kathleen Kennedy is bringing back the character of Rey Skywalker. That's going to be a new movie based on her and the Jedi Order. I thought I heard something about that. Now, that's assuming Disney doesn't collapse before then. They're having a lot of problems here, you know. But I would look forward to another Star Wars movie. As long as they don't go woke. If they go woke, I won't watch it, you know. Because I'm just so sick of this bullshit, to be honest with you. Let's have some good old-fashioned, you know, shoot 'em up, kill 'em, crazy stuff going on in the movies. That's what we want to see. Gerald says, I remember when The Wizard of Oz was scary. Yeah, you know, I saw Wizard of Oz when I was a kid, the original one. It was kind of scary, I guess. Of course, we were kids, and, you know, Frankenstein was, you know, most people were terrified when they were Dracula, you know, Bela Lugosi and them guys. They were scary movies, even though looking back, I was like, wow, we watched that crap. I mean, in a way, though, they were cool because they didn't go into the gore. You didn't need to. And even today, we really don't need to. We don't need somebody getting their guts ripped out of them. I mean, that doesn't thrill me, you know. All right, I mean, the guy gets stabbed, he's died, well, that's good enough. You know, we don't need to have all the gore with it. My opinion, of course, but I just think it kind of goes over the line. Tennessee says, may the Schwartz be with you. Absolutely. A little Spaceballs humor there. Let's see. What's we got going on here? Okay, Vinny. Well, anyway, good to see you, and we'll see you tomorrow night. Vinny's on at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Be sure to catch him there, and we'll see you tomorrow, Vinny. Have a good evening, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, you might be right there, Joe. I don't know. That's another thing that, I mean, you know, and it really pisses me off, too, because a lot of the really good sci-fi movies, they ruin with gay or lesbian scenes in there. Unnecessary, okay? And even some of the TV shows I watch are really good shows, and then what do? Two guys lip locked. You know, and I don't need to see that. I don't want to see that. And what does that got to do with the damn TV show? I mean, they're just throwing it in there basically to put it out in your face, you know. It doesn't relate to the show or the plot or anything. It's just literally, here you go. Here's a gay couple. Check them out, you know. Bullshit. I get so pissed off with that stuff. Digger says the witch that still is scary in Wizard of Oz proper creeps me out. Hey, are you? Let's see, the Return to Oz creeps me out. Yeah, I saw that one too. Actually, I've seen like 3 or 4 different versions of Wizard of Oz. You ever see the black version, The Wiz? It's basically the same thing, but with a black cast. It wasn't bad, and like I don't have an issue with black actors or anything, but it was actually kind of cool from a, I guess, a hip hop point of view. You know, what I paid money for it? No, but I watched it on, you know, on TV. So. Any movie with Kenny involved will be woke. Yeah, you're probably right, Gerald. I don't know. I don't know why they got to do that stuff. I really don't. All right, James, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll see you next time, and have a good weekend, and we'll catch you Monday. Now, James, I think you're running the next show Monday, right, James? Off the Rails Monday? No, yeah, is it off the track? Off the Rails Monday? I forgot already. My mind is gone. Anyway, he's on at 8 o'clock, I think, or 7. No, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Catch James Galton on Off the Tracks Monday, I believe it is. So we'll see you then. I loved The Wiz. Jackson was on. Yeah, it was. It was pretty good, you know. There said Tin Man was a good. I saw that one too. That was some time back, but it wasn't bad either. Like I said, every now and then they come up with some good spin-offs or offshoots of a show, you know. Here lately though, they just literally been turning shit out. Hey, Frank Stewart, fan 820. How's it going, Frank? Good to see you here. So, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I've always been a big sci-fi guy. You know, mostly sci-fi, some comedies. Now, believe it or not, you guys probably remember the old Night Court way back in the 80s? Well, they've got a remake of it, and it's got Judge Stone's daughter is the new judge. The only person they kept was the prosecutor. I can't remember his name now, but it's funny. It's a half-an-hour show, and it's one of the few comedies I watch. But I thought they did a fairly good job of it. I mean, it's pretty much as funny as the original. Tom says, in 4th grade, I played the Scarecrow. I had to sing If I Only Had a Brain. I know a handful of people that would have been fitting for. And Joe Biden would probably be on the top of the list. You know, our president. They probably wouldn't even be allowed to sing a song like that anymore. That's who it was, Larry Cat, Dan Fielding. Yeah, he's in the new series. He's a lot older, has a beard and all that, but he looks good, you know. But I think everybody else is either dead or, wasn't interested. I kind of what was the tall guy? What the hell was his name? Ah, shit. It was Richard Mole, I think, was his real name, and he was the bailiff. But now they got a big fat black woman as a bailiff. But he was funny, and I liked him. And I think he's dead now. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. What else you got to do, right? But as that really sucks. Just start to get into a TV series, and like I said, a lot of them are still 8 episodes. It's like, oh shit. Now what? And you gotta wait a year. I ain't waiting a year for TV. I mean, if you're gonna do that, give them a 3-month vacation, start filming again, and have like multiple seasons during the year. And if they don't want to do it, don't pay them. Now, believe it or not, the Writers Guild, I think it's the screenwriters, they're on strike again. And based on the shit they're turning out anyway, let's just fire them and hire new people. They're not worth the money we're paying them. That's Bull Shannon. That was it, Tennessee. Thank you for that. You got better memory than I do. Oh, he's still alive. Okay. He's got to be pretty old, though, by now, I imagine. So, that's what I'm saying, we put up with all this baloney from people. Like, they think they're like, well, you can't do without us. Oh, yes, we can. Let's face it. And Night Court, like I said, is an exception. I like it. But the reality is, this is the best they can come up with. They have not come up with a new decent show that wasn't completely woke in probably 20 years. I mean, it's the same old horse shit. Let's remake this. And another problem I got, and it's going to sound racist, but it's not. Okay? Because I'm not racist, at least not in that sense. They take a lot of good TV shows back from like the 70s and 80s. They remade them. They were predominantly white, the star actors. They make the new show and they put a person of color in. Okay? What's that one? What the hell's the name of it? The original guy was an English guy, and he was like a private detective or a private guy, and he used to put an ad in the paper, and if you had a problem, he'd look at the ad, and he would help you. I can't remember the name of it. It's on the tip of my tongue. One of you guys will probably get it. Well, they remade it now, and they got a black woman that's taken his position. Now, I haven't watched it because I'm thinking, what a ripoff, But the problem is why can't they come up with something brand new? All right. Another example is The Little Mermaid. Now, Disney's remaking a live-action Little Mermaid, and Ariel is a black girl. Why? I know why they're doing this. It's nothing about talent or anything. It's virtue signaling, but it's ridiculous. Come up with a new character. I don't have a problem with a character being black. If you guys ever saw the show Black Lightning, it was about a black guy who had superpowers, and he was able to electrify things, electrocute things. That was really cool. And I love that show. I don't know. I think they finally canceled it, but I thought it was a great show, and it was pretty much all black, but no problem, But it was different. If they had put a black Flash or a black Superman or a black Batman, that shit's just wrong, All you're doing now is, what's the word for that? When you steal somebody else's thing? I can't remember. I'll tell you, my memory's gone these days. But, come up with something new. I don't understand why I'm not a Hollywood actor or a writer, so I can't talk too much, but if I were going to do something, I wouldn't remake things. Here, let's do this over again, but this time let's throw a woman in there. Or let's throw a black person in there. Or let's Kung Fu. Remember Kung Fu had David Carradine in it? They got a new Kung Fu. It's got a Chinese woman in it. Come on, really? Come up with something new and different. At least give it a different name. This is my problem. I mean, it sounds like a rant. It's really not, but I just get so disgusted with this because I'm not a big TV person to begin with because I really do believe that TV rots your brain. But I like to watch a good movie or TV series every now and then. And I'll tell you, mostly I watch a lot of anime these days. And some of the, yeah, that's it, plagiarism. See, hey, bro, artist, how you doing? Good to see you. It is. It is basically plagiarism. And a lot of times, now I haven't watched a lot of these shows, so I don't know, but some of the ones I have watched, it's the same storyline, but with a different character as the original. And that definitely is plagiarism. You can't even come up with a new plot. I mean, come on, really? It's ridiculous. It just drives me nuts. Ah, you've been lurking, huh? Are you a lurker? That's cool, though. I got no problem with that. Alright, let me check my phone here. I got a text message. I'm still learning how to use this damn phone. But, let's see. Text message. I got one from Tom Grassi, but that's it. Unless you're talking about my email. Email is a different deal here. Let's see. Email. Nope, didn't get it yet. Okay. I'm sure I will at some point. Sometimes those things take a few minutes to get here. Where was I? Ethan's still here. All right, cool, Ethan. Good to see you. Fan mail from a flounder, huh? I'm not touching that one. Ethan's still here. Ethan, I think you're just doing this for the attention. All right, that was yours, Tom. All right. I saw the text message from you. Let me open it up again here. Alrighty, let's see here. Fire tower is finished and painted. A little weathering too. Have to get a park ranger. Put that up there. Wow, that looks good. Check it out. That's not bad at all. That came out real nice, Tom. I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised, but you did an excellent job on that. Bullwinkle and Rocky, yeah. Didn't they did a movie with them too, didn't they? I think I saw that a long time ago. And I used to like Bullwinkle and Rocky. They were dumb, but it was still pretty cool, you know. There's a lot of stuff I missed that I wish they'd have kept on TV, but you're not even allowed to show any of that stuff anymore. They had a big shit over Yosemite Sam because of it, you know, shooting everything. And that's like totally banned from TV. Really? But you can put some guy pretending to be an ugly woman or a guy pretending to be a little girl on TV, and that's okay. But we don't want a cartoon character shooting up the place. Somebody's got their priorities backwards here, you know what I'm saying? It's not a place in all layout. Are you going to put it on the third level or one of the other levels? Just curious. Ethan says we're going to Indiana. Well, if you're anywhere near Warsaw, you can stop and say hi to my sister. She lives in Warsaw, Indiana. Gerald says, if you like sci-fi, check out Victor Van Doomcock at Overlord DVD channel. I'll check that out, Gerald. I watch some weird stuff anyway. So, you know, it's cool. Tom says, I watch Bullwinkle and Rocky every night at dinner time. There you go. Real Artist says, I spent my spare time today refining my operation schedule for the layout, getting closer to what I want to be. Oh, are you going to do any videos on that, Real Artist, so we can see what's going on? That'd be kind of cool. Tom says, third level, I have a park area up there. There you go. I figured that's where you'd put it, because I know your first level's pretty filled up. I don't figure you got any room for anything there. And I got the same problem on my lower level. Like I said, I might just say, if I put another level on the side of the wall, on the right hand side here, I'm thinking about going almost the whole length, which is roughly about 28, 29 foot. And I'll put half of it maybe for the yard, you know, staging area. And the other half, who knows, though, like I said, I might put in maybe a forest, you know, and put a fire tower in there. Who knows? I'll figure out something when the time comes. I just haven't really given much thought to it at the moment. Digger says, we all grew up watching coyotes set Elmer shooting bugs, etc. Why after 50 years it's so... Well, it's not, because you know what it is, I think. Oh, you know what? Hold that thought a minute. I have that one, Gerald. I just downloaded. There's several seasons of it. It's a cool anime. And I think I'm only on the first season. I think I've seen maybe the first 3 episodes. But I've got the whole series. Good. It's a good show. Alright, back to you, Digger. I don't want to lose my train of thought, so I had to jump over to that. I think the problem with this stuff is, you know, first off, we were smarter. Remember the Three Stooges, all the crap they used to do? It was funny as hell. I watched it growing up. I didn't smack anybody with hammers or try and cut their head open with a saw or do any of the weird shit that we used to see because we knew better. The problem is today these kids are so damn stupid, they probably try and do that stuff. Of course, that's the fault of the schools and the parents because we're not teaching, well, we did, but the new kids are not teaching their kids the proper way, you know. And the schools forget it. The schools are more interested in turning your son into a girl and your daughter into a boy, you know. So we can't have stuff like that getting in the way of, you know, their agenda. Real Artist, eventually gotta be perfect. Don't want to embarrass myself more than usual. Well, hey, no, you know, we understand. I mean, nobody's perfect at this stuff. I make mistakes all the time. Now, I'm not proud of them, but it happens because I'm not, you know, an expert. And I don't really think anybody is. Maybe they are, but, you know. Well, you make a mistake, you make a mistake. But you know what? That makes you one of us, so I wouldn't worry about it. We kind of want you to screw up every now and then, just to make the rest of us feel better, because we do the same thing. Yeah, Digger, it was called slapstick comedy. I remember it all too well, and I loved it, you know. Hey, Jason, the train freak. How you doing, Jason? Good to see you. Like I said, it's unfortunate that our society has just literally gone to hell, you know. And, you know, my mother-in-law, she's 82, I think. Much older than me. I'm only 63. I'll be 64 in September, but she's always telling me, I'm glad I'm on my way out because I don't think I'd want to deal with this world the way it is. And I'm going, you know, I kind of don't blame her for that. Jason, were you a mistake? Who the hell? My youngest brother, Mark. That's what my parents said to him. You were an accident. We really didn't plan on you, you know. That's a way to go to make the kid feel good there, Mom and Dad, you know. It was funny, though. Digger says, me too. Still watch Laurel and Hardy and Harold Lloyd. I liked Laurel and Hardy for a while, and I kind of got done with it. The same with, what's the other two? Shit. You guys will come up, I can't remember off the top of my head, but they were funny too. And then I don't know, I just kind of, don't really watch them anymore. But I still watch the Stooges because the Stooges were excellent. And even the movie they did, the remake movie with different characters, wasn't too bad. It wasn't quite as good as the original ones, but, they're a tough crowd to beat, you know what I'm saying? Abbott Costello, I knew somebody would come up with it. I watched all their stuff probably 4 or 5 times over. And I got to the point where I don't really watch it too much anymore. They were funny though, but in some cases though, they're a little aggravating. Especially Costello, The guy was a bonehead. I mean, that's what made it funny, but I don't know. Like I said, I guess I got less patience these days. Jason said, my younger brother told me that, and my parents stopped at him because he was perfect. I told him they stopped at him because they didn't want one worse than him. Oh, that's bad. That's funny though. Oh man. Hey, I got that series. I actually downloaded it because I requested it. I remember watching it as a kid. I don't remember any of the shows because it was so long ago. So I downloaded the series. I just haven't gotten around to it. I've got probably about 150 TV series from the 70s, 60s, and 50s. And a lot of them, I watched the Munsters. Remember them? What was the other one? Addams Family. I love those shows. They were stupid, but they were funny, And they were able to pull it off without any of the gore. If they made a modern one, they'd probably have to throw the gore in there, Now, they did do a Munsters movie. There's a new one. That one guy there, what the hell's his name? Oh shit, he's a weird one too. I can't remember his name now, but he came up with this, and I watched it, and that was pretty good. It was like from the beginning, I guess what they never covered, how Herman met his wife there. I can't remember her name now, and some of the trials they went through. It was actually pretty good. I was surprised. What the hell is that guy's name? It's right on the tip of my tongue. It'll come to me in a week or two. Gilligan's Island, that was always good. Although I used to get a little aggravated too, why didn't he just kill Gilligan and get it over with? They probably would have lived much better and eventually got off the island. Well, they actually did get off the island, but they would have got off the island a lot sooner if it wasn't for that bonehead. But he was still funny. Yeah, the Munsters car, that was too cool, man. I had to give money for that one. Joe says, I like the old Western. You could shoot all day and never really... Yeah, I know. Isn't that funny? Never-ending bullets in a 6-shooter. Hey, wait, that kind of 48 rounds come out of that 6-shooter. How'd you pull that off? Yeah, but it didn't matter because they were fun movies to watch. And there hasn't been a good Western in forever. I mean, the last one was what? Clint Eastwood probably. I think he did one not that too long ago. And of course, he's always, he's like the perfect cowboy. So, Corey says, hey, Corey, how you doing? Good to see you. Fred Gwynn, yeah, that was Herman. And Louie was his wife. I couldn't remember that. Thanks, Gerald. Good thing you guys are on top of this. Tom says, back in 1980, my friend was an engineer for NASA. He had over 300 reel-to-reel tapes and had every TV show theme song on them. Great. Oh, yeah, no doubt. I remember those days. I had a friend. He was recording music on reel-to-reel. And I don't know if you guys remember, probably do. Magnavox had a big console TV. The thing was huge. And it had the color TV. I think it had a stereo record player in it, a reel-to-reel tape recorder, AM/FM radio, and maybe an 8-track. I don't remember. And they had a whole bunch of stuff. Things were like $2,000, which was crazy money back then. My friend's parents had one, and he used to make. They had the big. I think they were the 10-inch reels, magnetic tape, and he would record all kinds of songs on. If you needed a song for something, chances are he had it. You know, he had it all cataloged and everything. It was pretty cool. Bonanza, yeah, that was good. And I was like, I said, I liked all those shows. And I probably watched on. What was that other one I watched? I'll tell you, my memory's gone, man. It'll come to me. Just nothing hits quick anymore. He was a bounty hunter, I think, is what he was. I can't remember the guy's name now, but it was an old Western, too. He was great. I loved it. And I downloaded the series, and we watched it again. And we used to watch that at dinner time, me and the wife, you know. The Rifleman was good. I liked that, too. This wasn't the Rifleman, though. It was, he had a chess piece, was his logo. And I can't remember the damn name of it. I know you guys know it. You'll come up with it. No, it wasn't Gunsmoke was good, though. I like Gunsmoke. Tombstone was good. It's amazing stuff. You know, you guys are portraying your age here, right? Have Gun Will Travel. That's who it was. But was I guess that was the name of it. I can't remember the name of the guy at the star, but that was a great series. Speaking of Fred Gwynn, he was the judge on My Cousin. Yeah, he was, I think. I saw My Cousin Vinny too. It was like a long time ago. That was also a funny movie, you know. Craziness. So anyway, back to trains before we get too far off out in the Wild West there. Let's see, what else are we doing here? And, yeah, I got all. My desk is a total mess here. I tell you, yeah, look at this. That's the overhead view. And printers are actually shut off for a change, which is unusual. Oh yeah, Car 54. I downloaded that series and watched it over again. Still funny as hell. I loved all those shows, man. Corey be looking like Tony Montana. There you go. That's funny. But anyway, this thing is motorized, goes side to side. However, not so much going down. So this is what I got going on. Like I said, I got a veritable mess over here. Let me see if I can get down even further here. There we go. Those are all the cars that I got to disassemble and dull coat yet. Let's see what else we got going here. Of course, that's the model there, what you're seeing. I got tons of people laying around. I got cars all over the place. He said I'm going to repaint this one. And this might be a good one to put the Star Wars sticker on. That right there. I don't know, I might use this one, I might not, I don't know. But I got stuff everywhere here. It's not real bad, but, you know, it's a little cluttered. This new screwdriver I bought's been working pretty good too. The first one I got was DOA. And, see, we got a little light on it or anything. I don't know if you can see the light there or not. Probably not. Oh, it helps to turn it on. There you go. They got an LED light on it. It's got three torque settings and a whole bunch of different tips on it. I think I paid like $20 for this thing. I'll tell you what, it's a no-name brand, but when you're doing this kind of work, a power screwdriver really comes in handy. I mean, really comes in handy. F-Troop. Yeah, I remember F-Troop. I got that one too. I downloaded all these things. I got literally about 3 terabytes of movies on my main computer in the house. And I've got another 4 terabyte drive that I might throw in the computer so I'll have more room for new stuff. And I've got about 140 movies I have to watch, not including TV shows. So just, you know, problem is I don't have a lot of time to mess with that because I'm out here a lot, you know. So there's not a whole lot of time to get anything else done. Let's see what else we got going there. There's the camera, there's the computer. There's my hat. Alright, go back to my ugly mug here. That Jason says, Corey, you keep all them little friends to yourself. There you go. That's funny. Hey, Artie, I thought you weren't showing up today. Good to see you, man. It's always good to know that you make a little bit of time just to watch my show. Can you folks keep it down? Some of us are trying to get stuff done. Yeah, good luck with that. That ain't gonna happen. You know what I gotta do here? Hold on just a second. Is this the chat? Yeah. I gotta move this thing up. There we go, just a little bit. Close that back down again. What's that? Now we can see everything. It was getting buried back there. I don't know why. Anyway, we get that. That's not a mess. I know it's not a big mess, but for me it is. You know, I know some of you guys make this look like, you know, a hospital zone, right? That's that. Hi, everyone. Artie, you ain't doing nothing, says Jason. Yeah, that's probably the truth of it, right? Because I'm drinking coffee and having breakfast. That's right for you. It's in the morning in Australia right now. And that's so confusing to me. I never know what, you know. Because weren't you saying goodnight to Dave this morning? That's a little weird. And Waycross, Scott says, I have Lionel steam locomotive with tender car that came with the train set I bought at a hobby town in USA back in November of 2010. I think of selling at the train show Saturday. I wonder how much to sell for. I don't know. Some of those things are worth a lot of money, you know. I got lucky. That set that I bought for my wife, that's a Lionel. And it's got the steam engine, the tender, and I think 3 cars in a caboose on a small oval track. And of course the transformer. Had a couple of scale semi trucks to go with it. And I paid, I got it on eBay. I think I made an offer on that because I think they initially wanted 160. And I think I got it for 140. But that was the cheapest one there because I didn't want to spend a ton of money. But I saw other sets that were up in the $300, $400, and $500 range. So I would suggest going on eBay, look for something similar to what you have, and see what the going prices are on it, and price accordingly. That's about the best advice I could give you. Martin Searsman, hey Martin, some of us are trying to sleep. Well, not tonight, you ain't. Anyway, it's good to see you here. And John Knopple, how you doing, John? Good to see you. When everybody pops in last minute, yeah, that's a good thing, though. And Jason said, Jim, you said your desk is a mess, but I can see the top of your. I know a messy desk is a pile of crap over the top of your desk. Well, that's true. My desk is not really that. I mean, for me it is because I'm kind of anal about that stuff, you know. But I guess it was the way I was brought up. We weren't, you know, my mother wouldn't allow us to trash a place. But actually, if you go in the main house, half the time my desk, which is way bigger than this one, you can't see the top of it. And papers and all kinds of stuff. Or I have to clean it like, I try to keep it clean, but it just doesn't happen. Hey, Florida Railroad Dog, George, how's it going? Good to see you. And Artie says, honestly, I've been struggling to get quality sleep. Well, I hear that. I go to bed every night between 12 and 12:30 at night, right, a.m. I get up at 6 and 7. What the hell? You know? I want to sleep until like 9, but I just can't do it. I don't know why. It could have something to do with the stupid time change. Every time they do this time change, it throws off my sleep pattern basically for about half a year. Dwight, one of these days you're going to have to tell me why you called George Scooby. I just don't get it. Of course, I don't know why they call you Tuna Can either, so that's a little, I guess it's an inside joke. And, Corey says, my desk looks like a tornado hit Section 8 housing. That's bad. You should do a quick video. Do a short on that. It might be worth watching, you know. Hey! Derek Alexander, how you doing, Derek? Good to see you here. I'm a little behind here, aren't I? I'm working on it, though. Let's see. They quickly scroll down. I don't want to miss any important questions. Artie says, I do try to make time for all you good folks. Now, I appreciate that, Artie. Yes, it is, Jason. I have a Tsunami sound car in my, my cattle car. That imitates the cows. It's pretty cool. I won that. That was a gift I got that I won in a contest, and I went ahead and used it. So it was great. I might get more of them down the road. They're pretty cool. I got it slow now. If I crank up if I go to that, I've got it on 13. I got it on 3 for decoder code 3. And if I turn up the speed on 3, it'll make the cows really go nuts. I think it was a couple weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, I had it cranked up, and everybody says, "Well, why are your cows going nuts out there?" Because I haven't fed them in a while. So that's kind of cool that works that way. John says, I just got home from work. Oh, that sucks, unless you live out in the Midwest. Otherwise, you work a late day. Let's see. Jason says, Artie, I didn't know you made it to southern Florida. Yeah, if you ever do get down this way, Artie, you make sure you look me up, man. I would love to meet you in person. Shake your hand. I don't know any real Aussies. I did know one. My boss at the golf course for a while before they canned him, he got railroaded. He was from Australia. Had the heavy accent and all. He was fun. You know, we used to call him the wannabe wallaby. He was a fun guy, though. Let's see. What else we got going here? Jason, I have to be at work at 6 a.m. Well, it sucks to be you. I don't miss those days at all. Now, Martin, I need to get a chicken sound, though, because I want to build a chicken coop in scale behind my scale house, and it would be cool to have chicken sounds. I don't know if they make such a thing or if there's something, well, probably, they call it Arduino. I could record chicken sounds on that and play them back. So it can be done. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Of course, I still have to design and 3D print the chicken coops. So it's going to be interesting. That'll be coming up, I'll bet, probably the next 3, 4, 5 months. Derek says, were those favorite TV shows I saw? Yeah, we were talking about some of the old shows and how great they were. Yeah, I Dream of Jeannie, that was another one. Yeah, I kind of had a crush on her when I was a kid, you know. I mean, she was good looking. But, that's that already. I get woken up by nightmares. It's no fun. Nightmares? What's giving you nightmares, man? That's not good. Thomas says, are we allowed to say Section 8 anymore? Sure, as long as you don't put the N-word in front or after it, you'll be fine. I mean, what else would you call it? I'm sure they have some fancy name for it, you know. Scott says, I see the line of steam locomotive tender car, the price on eBay, $200 to $400 and highest. Yeah, like I said, depending on the condition of it, I would start high, and if somebody used you down, you know, you can go for it if you want, but, you know, I mean, most of those shows are going to dicker with you anyway. You know I do when I go to the show. You know, they want $5, then would you take 3? Yeah. How about 4? Okay, sold, you know. But, yeah, it's weird how much money they're worth. It really is, you know. And some of the pre-World War II ones are really worth a fortune. You know, especially if they're in working condition. So don't give them away. Make sure you get your money out of them. Yeah, Jason, I probably did. I really don't remember. It was one of the contests. It probably was yours because that was something you would probably give. And I tell you, it was a really cool gift. I appreciated it, and I made use of it. Derek, I went through a few clean. Alright, keep it clean, Corey. I hear you, though. She was a hottie, wasn't she? She still looks good. She's like 80 years old. And you'd never know it by looking at her. Derek says, we all did. I'm still catching the reruns. Kyle says, probably not Thomas, but who cares? Eventually saying hello will be offensive. That's true. It's ridiculous, you know. I don't even worry about it. I'm at the point now where, you know what? It's the same thing. If some transgender comes up to me and I see him and say, sir, you know, how you doing? I'm not a sir, I'm a man. I'm going to kick him in the nuts. I'll go to jail for it. It'll be worth it. You know, you still think you're a girl? You sure are, you know, screaming at a high-pitched voice while you're, you know, bent over on the ground. I'm pretty sure you're a guy. You know, I don't care. I'm at that point in my life in the right age that I just don't give a shit, you know. If I think you're a guy, you're a guy. And I don't give a damn what you want to play make-believe at. I'm going to call you a guy. That's all there is to it. If it offends you, get over it. I did. Jason, if you sink it to your train and slam it into emergency, they go, really? I did not know that. I'm going to have to try it now. That's a good one. I like that. You hear that, Tom Grassi? Because you got the sound card too, I believe. And we'll have to try that out, you know, see how that really works. It's a shame you can't program new sounds into it. I don't think you can anyway. So, but it's still cool because I know I had the choice of either cows or sheep, and then they had all kinds of other sounds. Like they've got horns, they've got, I think, air conditioning compressor. There's a lot of sounds on there, but the only animals they had was cow and sheep. And I'm thinking, I'd rather have the cows. Because eventually, way back in the corner over there, I'm going to put a little, like a little, oh shit, what do you call it? A herding area for cattle, you know. Like maybe a processing plant or something, I don't know. So I'm going to have to get some, I can't print them because they're too small, but I'll have to either get Tom Grassi to print them for me or buy some cows. And get the fencing and all that stuff and have a little area for that. That'll be cool. Let's see. Artie says, I was lucky I had a girlfriend that looked like Barbara Eden. We turned her shows X-rated. Yeah, I was with a blonde like that too. Actually, she looked better than Barbara Eden. Yeah. We had a good time. That was a long time ago though. Let's see, I get to your area a fair bit, I will come and see you. I hope so. That'd be cool, man. You're always welcome here, you know, for a visit. Jason says, Soundcore only makes cows and goats, but suggests soundtracks to make more sound so they can make a sound card. Yeah, that would be cool. They really should have something you can program, you know, where you could just like maybe get on the tie it in the computer somehow and download different sounds. I know some of the decoders you can do that with. So they need to do something like that as well. Derek wants to know, Artie, did you tape any of those where we can't see you? I'm sure he's not going to tell you that there, Derek. Tom says, Jim, check out this site for sounds, scenic sounds, traintech.com. All right, I'll check that out later on. Thanks. That's true, Martin. They did. I almost bought it, and it was on eBay. It was used, and they wanted like 75 bucks for it. I'm going, I'm not paying $75 for something used. If it was new, I probably would have paid it. But, you know, it wasn't that great a shape either. They said everything worked. But yes, it did have, it had chicken sounds, and it had, you were actually chickens, or I don't know if they were real or not. I mean, not real, but I think there were 3D printed chickens in there where you could see them inside the car. It was pretty cool. I was very tempted to buy it, but that was just a lot of money, I thought. Derek, no, we didn't have video cameras back then. Thank God for that, huh? I'm not even going to go there. I'm not going to touch that one. Seriously, still get a lot of nightmares from my accident and other bad events in my life in the last 10 years. Not fun. I'm sorry to hear that, Artie. I don't know how you fix that, but hopefully you'll make some headway into dealing with that at some point. Jason says, Martin, pigs too, but you can't buy the decoder separately and install your side. I know. I think I saw one with pigs too, maybe. I know I saw the chicken one, because I was actually looking for a chicken car. You know, I thought it'd be cool to put on the layout. And I was kind of surprised when I found that one made by BLI. And man, I'll tell you, it's just a shame that they're so expensive. Jason says, also the BLI cars don't have the intelligent comm system with the mag. No, that's true, they don't. I can kind of live with that, though. I mean, the wand is nice, because, you know, I've got the wand for my sound card, but I hardly ever use it. It's mostly just on all the time. Yeah, she was a hottie too, Gerald. Diana Riggs. No, I tell you, a lot of the women back then were really, really good. Today, not so much. I mean, there's a few, you know, but the thing is, the women back then didn't have to get scantily clad. Not that I would have an issue with it, but they didn't really have to get near naked to impress people, you know, or to show their beauty. They could be fully dressed and they were still really good looking. Today, not so much. Today, the only way a woman looks good is if she gets nearly naked, to some degree. And that's unfortunately a problem. Not only that, but, you know, I know some people may get mad at me, but, I mean, tattoos on a guy is one thing, and only just like normal tattoos. Guys that are tattooed up and down, I kind of, you know, I don't see the point of it. But women who tattoo themselves like that, I absolutely do not like, you know. And I just think it ruins their bodies, you know. And I've seen some good-looking women until, you know, they pull off their coat and they get a tattoo from the top of their hand all the way up to their shoulder and into their neck, and I'm thinking, why? Why would you do that? And his piercings, really? You know, Joe says, at my age, life in prison is not a deterrent. Yeah, same here. What are you going to do? Kill me? Go for it, you know? I mean, not that I want to die, but, or be in prison either, but, you know, if you do, big deal. You know? Let's see. I didn't know that, Jason. I got a few myself. I'll have to try it out when I get them out. There you go. I didn't know it either. They don't tell you that in the damn instructions. How come? How'd you find that out, Jason? I mean, did you actually do it by accident? You know, or did you find some documentation somewhere? Tom says, send me the STL file and I will print them for you. Well, I gotta find the STL file first. I know somebody's got them. I'll get with you on that. I appreciate that too there, by the way, Tom. Jason says, when Soundtracks was coming out with the sound car, they let their followers vote on the animal sounds. Cows and sheep, goats was the highest. Pigs, horses, and chickens didn't make the cut. That's kind of weird. I mean, why didn't they just put them in there anyway? You know, it's not like they didn't have room for it. You know, I mean, personally, I don't know why they put so much emphasis on the horns. You normally wouldn't put a horn in a train car unless it's a caboose or a loco. You know, so I would have lost the horn sounds and put the animal sounds in there instead. But that's just me. I know some transgenders. They come in handy when you need to mess with those screwing with you. They come in handy in the past, especially with married guys who are in the poop with the wife. If you say so, Artie. I got no use for them people, man. I really don't. And some people might get mad about that. That's okay. Derek says, Gerald Emma Peel, Avengers. Yeah, she was good. Did you know she was also in Her Majesty's Secret Service? I didn't know that either, and I saw that movie. But it was a long time ago, so I probably just don't remember. Kyle says, never thought of it that way, Artie. Yeah, probably not. Yes, I actually have. I don't know who he is, but I've heard the name dropped in the last week or so. His name's been coming up a lot, like on YouTube videos. He's got a YouTube channel, I imagine. I'll have to check it out. I don't know much about him, so I'd have to check it out. Kyle Stevens, trust me, it does wonders. Those screwing with you, they won't mess around with you anymore. Yeah, I don't know, man. And Digger says, well, Jim, you can't make a decision until they get naked. Now, that's true to a point, you know. But not necessarily. I got a good eye for that. I can usually tell, you know, a fully dressed woman if she's good looking underneath or not. Barbara Feldon, yeah, she was another hottie. Get Smart fame, yeah. That was a great show too, Get Smart. When at nudist camp, question is the opposite. Yeah, that's true. You know, there's a show in England. It's called oh hell, I just downloaded a couple of. It's the third season already. Naked Dating or something like that, and they got 6 pods, and sometimes they have naked men in there, sometimes they have naked women. Of course, I don't see the ones with naked women. And then they'll get, like, if they got 6 women in these pods, they'll bring out a guy. He's fully dressed, and they start off showing little bits of these women, which each time they go through another, you know. So like the first thing it goes, you know, we're going to show you her lower bits first. So these glass pods come up just to show her below the belly, right? And they always say these women are naked. And then they ask the guy, well, which one do you like best, you know? It's weird. So then, next one, of course, he has to eliminate one. He has to pick one that he's absolutely not interested in, just based on what she looks like below the belly. So he takes one out there. And they got all different kinds of women. They got fat women, skinny women, tall women, short women, big-breasted, small-breasted, you know, all kinds of different women. So the next step, they raise it a little higher, and then you get to see their chests, you know, along with the bottom bits, which you already seen anyway. Same deal. He looks at all of them, determines which one he really doesn't want anything to do with. She's disqualified, so she leaves. Then they go for the faces, where they show the whole person. He asks once again. They do this over and over until finally it's down to two women, in this case. And then he has to pick one that he wants to take for a date. Okay. Now, at this point, he has to get naked, so the 2 women that are left can see him, even though they don't get to pick him, he gets to pick one of them. But at least they kind of get an idea, who they're dealing with. And then they actually go out on a date where they're fully clothed. They go in a restaurant. 9 times out of 10, the date doesn't work out because, But it's a cool concept, I've been watching it for 3 seasons now. It's kind of funny to watch. But every now and then they bring in a couple of gays in there or lesbians, and that's a little weird, but you kind of got to expect that, I guess. Tom's the same here. Jim, tats on a woman is not appealing at all. Maybe one, but not body work. I'm the same way. You got something nice on your chest or maybe on your wrist or your thigh or whatever. I got no issue with that. But these women are going nuts, man. Especially in England. I don't know what they do in Australia. You would know more about that already than I would. But in England, these English broads, man, they just get decked out, like 40% of their body is tatted. And then they got, piercings and rings in their nose. And that's not... Who the hell came up with the idea to stick a ring in your nose? And who thinks that's actually appealing? The only thing I can think about is that you grab that sucker and they're going to do your will. Otherwise, you're going to rip it out. It's going to be a bloody mess. But I don't see the appeal of it. I don't get it. I mean, obviously, I'm not a Gen Z or Gen Xer, but what the hell is wrong with these people? Very weird. Let's see. Gerald says, Derek, yes, I was pissed when Bond got to her before me. Well, you kind of knew that was going to happen, Gerald, unfortunately. All right, he said, depends on where the tats are on a girl. Now, here's a quick story for you. Years ago, I was single at that point, between first wife, sex wife, and I didn't even have a girlfriend at the time. And I was living in Bonita Springs in a duplex apartment, and I just got home from work, and this girl knocks on my door, right? So I answer the door. Can I help you? She says, well, can you give me a ride about 5 miles down the road? And I guess, I'm a nice guy, like I said. Gas was cheap then. Not a big deal. So we get in the car. I said, well, let me grab my keys. So we get in the car. I get halfway down the driveway. She pulls up her blouse, right? She's not wearing a bra or nothing. So I said, well, that's impressive, but I'm really not interested, Turns out one of her tits were completely tattooed. I mean, it was weird. And there ain't no way. I mean, probably she had some diseases anyway. I wouldn't touch that regardless. I think she was looking for money, And so I took her where she had to go, and I never seen her again. But it was very weird. Jason said, I took a class at Soundtracks in 2017 in Durango, Colorado. I'm a factory-trained installer. That's cool. And good to know. If I ever need something I can't do, I'll be looking up. And that goes for everybody else out there, too. If you need work done, Jason's your man. Let's see. All right, he says, but no tats on a girl. Nope, doesn't impress me. Messing up their bodies in that way. Well, I guarantee you. I don't like them either, like I said. I've never been with anybody with any tats, but if I did, as long as they were something small, and I don't know what the right word for it is. I mean, I've seen women put like a naked woman on their arm. Why? Are you secretly a lesbian? I don't get it. Yeah, I figured it was for the caboose, Gerald, but, did they need so many of them? Gee, so they couldn't add the extra animals because lack of space on the microchip. They added the horns and bells for the commuter cars that has control. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. On a non-locomotive end. Yeah, I didn't think about that. You're right. It's a shame, though, like I said. It's a shame you couldn't, program them in, That would have made things a lot easier. Let's see. Joe says, you want to be a woman? I have a machete that will make your thong fit better. I hear you, man. You know what? There's just something wrong with these people. I'm sorry, but there just is. Derek says, Jason, it would be cool if you could sync the sound car whistle with the locomotive. It would make the sound richer and more. Yeah, that's true. But I'm sure that would be pretty difficult to do, though, I would think. Yeah, Tennessee, Barbara Bach was hot. But you know, she isn't anymore. They had a picture of her, I think last year. And she's like this big now. I don't know what happened. But when she was doing Dukes of Hazzard, yeah, she was pretty hot. But, you know, things happen. I thought the pens were diapers. Well, of course they are. That's bad. It's funny, though. Let's see. Naked Attraction. That's it. I couldn't remember the name of it. Naked Attraction is a dating show where they see the beaver before they go on a date. That's a good way to put it. I should have figured you knew about it, Digger, because you're in England there. So it's not a bad show. Like I said, we get it here in the States. We also get the new one now. It's was it Naked and Afraid and Trying to Find Your Way Home or something like that? They got two groups, and then they got, well, it's been kind of weird too because they have like two gay guys on one group, on one team, and then they had a man and woman on another team. They weren't married or anything, and they gotta like trek like, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 miles from their starting point to get to the end point, and each, I guess they win 5,000 pounds if they get to the box first, and of course close. It's a good show too. Yeah. It was it Naked and Afraid and Trying to Get Home or something like that. You know what it is. I just started watching that and I thought that was pretty cool too. See, we have Naked and Afraid here in the States, but they blur out everything. So like, what's the point? You know, we're not watching it to see a couple of boneheads trying to survive for 30 days or 28 days or whatever it is out in the middle of nowhere with no clothes. We want to see nakedness, you know. But unfortunately, we have different standards here in the States than you guys do in Europe, which is bullshit. Ours is uncensored here, Jim. Not that many prude people watching. Well, that's true. I'm sure, like you said, we're kind of weird that way. I'm not personally, but you know. Check and see if the carpet matches the curtains. There you go. Yeah, and women don't even have carpet anymore, half of them. That's another problem I got too. You know, that could be just me, but I see a grown woman with nothing down there. And I'm thinking, that kind of looks like a little girl, which does not attract me at all. You know. Yeah, Martin, the naughty bits, right? I forgot that vernacular of the English. Jason says, I have 4 cars with Tsunami sound car, 2 cattle cars, a box car, and mechanical reefer. That's cool. Like I said, right now I've only got the one. I'm going to get more down the road, you know, and it's just everything's kind of based on priority right now. I'm still trying to. I got to put together money to get the P42 or P42 loco for my overhead rail. Plus, I need the what the hell is it called? I forgot now, but I got it bookmarked to make it go back and forth. The train man, I think it's called, something like that. So I got to get those 2 things, and I'm saving up money for that now. So we'll see. Corey, Derek says, Corey, check and see if there is a carpet. Yeah, exactly. Most of them are, you know, bare floors now. And I've always liked the landing strip myself, you know, but you just don't see it. I don't know what the deal is, why they, you know, shave down there. It's just kind of weird. Even the guys shave, though, I guess. I don't. No, that's probably TMI, sorry, but yeah, most guys I know probably don't. At least when I was in school, nobody did. But I just don't understand. I mean, you would think that would probably cause problems somewhere down the road. You know, friction or something like that. I don't know. It just seems like it would be a problem. Yeah, exactly, Jason. Hardwood flooring, that works. I prefer carpet, sorry. Scott says, have heard that the Hershey bar, Jim, that came in March just like Budweiser. Yeah, you know, well, they screwed up too, but now if you guys watching it, who knows, Matt Walsh, I think, and even Michael Knowles. I don't know if you guys watch them or not. I do. One of the guys that has something to do with their shows, he created his own Hershey bar. And it's called him, his, and her, she, her, or something like that. And one is meant for a guy, a real guy, and the other is meant for a real woman, you know. And they're actually much better than the Hershey's. And they're represented by a real man and a real woman, you know. Where Hershey's is using a transgender, you know. And it's just, the whole thing is asinine. Look, if you people want to do your fantasy, do it in your own home. Don't bring it out in the streets. I'm not interested. I don't want to see it. You know. And right now, they're actually trying to get legislation. I actually looked into this. The transgenders are trying to get legislation passed, which will never happen, by the way, but that will basically force straights to date transgenders. All right? So you get some guy dressed up as a woman pretending to be a woman. He asks you on a date. You, by his reckoning, you're not allowed to turn him down. Well, I'll tell you what, that ain't gonna fly here. I mean, I'm married, so it doesn't matter, but if I were single, it would not fly. Trust me, it just wouldn't happen. And it's not going to. Let's see. It's getting out of hand here, too, with tats. Well, it is. Like I said, I don't understand because, you know, and I hate to bring religion into it, but God did a pretty good job of designing women to make them very attractive for the most part. Why would you screw yourself? I mean, I can understand if you're an ugly woman. You can't really get any uglier, I don't think, you know. But you got some really nice looking girls out there that are just completely screwing their bodies up. I don't get it. You want one from the 70s where the carpet looks like Jason's beard. Yeah, those days are gone, man. You know, I remember that. John Novel, or anywhere for that matter. There you go. Linda Lovelace. Yeah, you know, she's still alive, too. She's a born-again Christian now, which I don't have an issue with, but, you know, it's just kind of weird, though, how you go from, you know, cocksucker to born-again Christian. I don't know. Kind of weird. Big Jim, she wanted the money to tattoo the other one. Yeah, there you go. You could be right about that. I just didn't think it was appealing. Why would you take a nice looking body part and ruin it with ink? You know, and I mean, now, if you had like a little heart on there or something, that wouldn't be too bad. You know, that wouldn't bother me. But, I mean, the whole damn tip was painted. Or inked, I should say. Why? You know. And it didn't look good at all. You know. Jay says she tatted her breast to look like eyes. Now that would be weird. Yes, it would. I don't think anybody's done that. At least not permanently anyway. And I know in Mardi Gras, some of the women down during Mardi Gras, they'll do that. They body paint themselves like that to look like exotic birds and stuff, and the eyes are, you know. It's kind of cool, but, you know, it's not permanent. I wouldn't do that permanently. That's just a little weird. Problem with tats, it makes it easier for people and cops to, well, that's true. I never understood that either. And why is it that all criminals have tats? I did. Why don't you just hang a sign up while you're running away going, this is here I am, and here's my address if you want to come get me. I mean, how dumb can you be? Well, that's not a challenge question, but they're taking it like one. Yeah, some of them had a fork, you betcha. You had to wade through it. Oh, man, that's bad. Corey said that would freak me out, Jason. Nah, it wouldn't. Come on. Oh, yeah, the eyes thing, yeah, that would, definitely. John Nippenberg, hey, how you doing? You're not going to miss me this week. Well, that's cool. You know what we're talking about here, right? It's gotten right off the rails. We're completely off the rails this time. And I couldn't help it. Yeah, Artie, especially on your face. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Girls putting tats on breast. Are you looking at my tits? I'm reading your tattoo on your boobs. There you go. That's bad. I'm not even going to go there. Oh, man. Digger Evans Model Railway Show is dating naked, censored there or not? Apparently not. Like I said, they censor everything over here because we're idiots. You know. Like you said, they got no problem. But they'll have a TV show with people getting ripped apart and guts and parts and organs flying all over the place and blood. And that's okay. But my God, you can't see a tit. You know. There's something wrong with this picture. I don't get it. That was Catherine, not Barbara, on Dukes of Hazzard. Oh, that's right, Catherine Bach. You're right. Good, thank you for correcting me. You're right. Like you said, I'm bad with names anyway. But I do remember faces. And other parts. Naked and Afraid is where one man and one woman has to survive in the wild for 21 days. Naked and Afraid XL has more than one man. Yeah, they have like a whole group of people. I watched the XL. I didn't really like it. It kind of took away from the whole thing. The original Naked and Afraid was better, but it would have been better if they didn't, you know, block out the naughty bits. I mean, it's just, you know, it just ruins the whole thing, you know. No, I think it was 21 days. I'm not 100% on that, Jason, but it was something to that number. Americans in charge are all prudish. Yeah, well, I think they are just jealous, or they got no self-control. You know, I can look at a naked woman, and I've seen many, you know, up close and personal. Not that I dated or anything, and I don't want to jump on them and rape them. I mean, I've got better self-restraint than that, you know. But apparently there are men out there that can't do that. They see, you know, a naked woman, they just got to jump her and take her, whether she wants to or not. And I think that's part of the problem here. But that problem is compounded because, unlike Europe and Sweden and places like that, where it's normal, the people don't really get turned on by it, you know. Now, years ago at Vanderbilt Beach in Naples, my dad used to go to the beach to play bocce ball with his friends, you know. So I had to see him for something. So I said, well, I know he's at the beach this time of the day, so I drive down the beach, I get out of the car, I start walking, I see a crowd of people. I mean, a literal, like a mob, you know. And I see a bunch of old ladies that are just, you know, they were all pissed off about something. What the hell's going on here, you know? I'm looking for my dad, so I started walking toward the crowd. I finally get up there with two Swedish girls that were here on vacation, right, from Sweden. They were topless. Because where they come from, that's normal. They didn't know you can't do that here, you know. So all the guys were like, you know, drooling over it. Of course, the old ladies, like I said, they were pissed off, you know, what the hell, they're fucking hussies, you know. But they were good looking, they're blondes, they were really nice looking, but it's like, all right, move on, you know. And I never did find my dad. He was probably packed up in the crowd somewhere. I don't know. But, you know, the thing is, it's like, okay, you know, you've seen one naked woman, you've seen them all, basically. I mean, I'm going to look. I'm not going to lie and say I'm not interested. But, you know, I'm not going to, oh my God, there's a naked woman. I got to go jump her right now, you know. And apparently some guys do have that problem, but I don't. And that's why we don't really allow nudity here, because of the uncontrollable people. Even though we do have nudist beaches. Now Marco Island has a nude beach. South Beach down in Miami is also a nudist beach. And they don't have any problems in either one, but they're like-minded people mostly, you know. I've never been to a nudist beach, but I'd have no problem. I'll get naked, even though nothing to look at, but I don't care, you know. And, you know, if everybody else is naked, fine. No big deal. I mean, one time I was walking down Vanderbilt Beach real early in the morning. I used to take jogs in the morning before going to work, you know. It was like just after sunrise. And that must have been a quarter mile down going north on the beach. And I'm walking, minding my own business, and this guy, he's out in the water probably about 50 yards. And he's yelling at me. You know, what the hell's wrong with you, you know? Is there a problem? What are you doing looking at my wife? And I go, who's your wife? You know? I look further down, there's this whale, basically, buck naked sitting in a chair on the beach. And dude, if you want people looking at your wife, put some damn clothes on her, you know? I don't care. I'm not interested in that anyway. You know? I know we were going to get in a fight. We didn't, fortunately, but, you know, what the hell? And she was, really, I mean, it was, it was nasty. Something you could never unsee, you know what I'm saying? Let's see, it's only an offense if you cause someone alarm, fear, or distress, Artie, but it's always cold, so it doesn't do guys any favors being bollock naked out. That's true. Oh, shrinkage going on there? Oh, the ladies, they tend to, you know, pop out a little bit. Alyssa Milano minus the tats. I don't know. She's got some real attitude issues, though, man. And I've listened to her a few times. Like she's got a hard on for everything, you know. And it's like I wouldn't touch that with your dick, you know. Sorry. I mean, she's not bad looking, but her attitude just makes her kind of ugly, you know, on the inside. Let's see. Yes, very true, Digger. Model railway. Us guys get very disadvantaged in the cold. Girls don't. That's true. But that's what the girls are for, to warm you up. Yeah, not so. It's not popular here, Artie. In the warmer country, it would be okay. That makes sense. Abandoned airport? Okay. Big Jim, too much information. Sorry. I let that slip out without thinking. Sorry about that. Bearded clam can be a bit of a mouthful. Yes, it can, Digger. He said, yes, it's a popular show. I'm sure it is. All right, Corey. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. We'll see you next time. Hopefully it'll be a little more train-oriented. Anyway, have a good weekend, and we'll see you next time. It's a bugger when you get a girl's pubic hair stuck in between your teeth. Oh, none of that, Parker. I got no teeth anymore. For you guys with teeth, yeah, I mean, there was a time when I did have teeth, and I guess that would be an issue. Yeah, well, with me being forced to date a transgender, I'm staying here in Australia. That is one thing that isn't getting forced here. Not yet. It will, though, don't worry. Unless we destroy it here, I don't know. You know, I don't know, Jason. She may have. I know before she died, though, she did become a born-again Christian. Because she went actually, was not that long after she did Deep Throat that she repented, I guess you could say, for lack of a better term. And it was kind of funny because she was really trashing the porn industry. It's like, well, lady, you were in it. You know. Yeah. Yeah, too much ink can look bad, but each to it. You know, that's true. I mean, it's their body. They can do what they want. But I don't have to like it. You know. When I married my first wife, we used to go hang out at the mall in Naples, you know. Just to watch people, because you saw all kinds of weirdos go in and out of there, you know. And one time, and I'm a real asshole. I can't keep my mouth shut. It's a wonder I never got my ass kicked, but, you know, I just got to say something. So we're sitting there, and this guy comes walking in. He's probably in his early 20s. He's got a piercing in his eyebrow, goes to a chain, goes to his nose, another piercing, goes to his upper lip, and it goes down to, I assume, his nipple, and probably down to, you know. So I couldn't help it. I said, I was a dude. I said, let me ask you. I said, why'd you do that? He said, well, it looks cool. I said, who told you that? They were lying to you, for one. You know. I said, here's the thing. I said, you know, I don't care. It's your business. Do what you want, but I can make you my slave in less than 1 second. He says, how do you figure? I said, all I got to do is yank on that chain and I own you. Hey, he looked at me, he goes, shit, I never thought about that. Well, you should have. I said, you don't want to piss the wrong person off. They're going to grab that chain and they're going to be ripping something out of your body. You know. And I'm telling you, it does not look cool. It looks stupid. Just my opinion. Have a nice day. I mean, he didn't get mad at me or anything. He probably thought I was a real jackass, but, you know, that's the way I see it. Then another guy came in. Remember back in the 70s, I think it was the 70s or 80s, they had the metal spikes in their head? This guy actually had them. I couldn't help. I said, dude, I said, I got to ask you a question. I said, have you ever banged into something with those? Does it hurt? He says, oh man, like the Dickens. I said, why'd you do it? He says, because it's cool. Once again, well, somebody lied to you when they told you that. It doesn't look cool. I mean, I give you credit for having the balls to get it done, because the way they do it, they put they unscrew, you know, so you don't, because you can't sleep on them, obviously. But the part that it screws into is actually embedded into your skull. And that's permanent. So I'm thinking to myself, so if I went up behind you and just did this and whacked one of them, it'd bring you to your knees. Not very bright, you know. But that wasn't the weirdest one, I thought, really. There was a woman. She was a goth woman, if you guys know what goth is. Someone dresses all in black. She had tattooed black band around her neck and all kinds of weird shit. I mean, she was kind of weird. Like, she was all pierced up and shit, you know. But she had a leash. And on the end of that leash was not a dog. It was her boyfriend. And he had a pair of Speedos on, and that was it. And he was walking on his hands and knees while she walked him. I didn't even attempt to talk to them, because I'm thinking to myself, she might sick her boyfriend off me. But it was the weirdest thing you ever seen. And people were just like, what the hell is wrong with these people? And she was like walking through the mall like she was walking her dog. You know? Really too weird. There's his tatted breast with eyes. Here's looking at you, looking at them. Maybe use the tats for directions for damn guys. Such here. Yeah, there you go. I never thought of that. Good point. For dumb guys, yeah. Well, there's a few of them out there, I'm sure. Derek, be careful or you'll be looking at the wrong set of eyes when she gets mad at you. That could be too. Around the back, do not enter, Molly. Yeah, there's a few that like that too, you know. It's a little different too. Derek says, Jason, whichever eyes look best will have my attention. There you go. Well, that's kind of a given though, you know. All right, Jason, have a good night, man. It was fun hanging out with you here, man. We'll see you next time. And don't do anything I would do, which, you know, leaves you wide open. Have a good one, friend. Says, yeah, you can go topless on the beach. No one cares. It's fine. And that's what I was told, too. And in Germany, people have sex out in the street, and nobody cares. You know, at least normal people, anyway. It's like just not a big deal, you know. Me, I think that's going too far, but, you know. But I don't see the problem with nudity. I really don't. Like I said, but some of us are a little more refined over here. And we don't go nuts if we see nakedness, you know. But I don't know if that'll ever change here. It's highly, highly unlikely. All right, he says, we have many nudist beaches here. People are fine. Well, they should be. It's your body. It's natural. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, sometimes you see them ones that are a little oversized, you know, and their hangers down to their knees. That's a little disturbing, but, you know, not really a big deal. Derek says, I couldn't walk naked on a new beach. It's too small until it's too big. Oh, I never really had that problem, man. I mean, it's just, I never thought about it, you know. It is what it is. Hey, Chasco, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Jim is at least 15 minutes behind the chat. That's possible, Joe. I'm trying to get caught up. But, you know. I was a weirdo in Sydney City on Monday. Eyes weren't glued to my phone. Figure, so those people are nutcases bringing their weird bedroom antics into the public. Well, that's true. Like I said, you know, there's a time and a place for everything. And I'm one of the guys where really almost anything goes. You know, I don't care what you do in your bedroom, your business. And that includes the gays and transgender. I mean, I don't want nothing to do with it, but what you do in your bedroom is your business. The problem is you bring it out here and try and shove it down my throat and expect me to embrace and actually engage in it. We're going to have a problem. And that's what's going on here now. These people, they want to be embraced. They're basically attention whores, really, I think. You know, look at me. I'm pretending to be a woman, and you have to like me and maybe even date me. I don't fucking think so. You know, it's just a little weird. Look what's happening with Bud Light, man. That Dylan Mulvaney, man. I mean, there's a whack job if there ever was one. And she's literally burying Bud Light. You know, they lost. I think I heard there's $7 billion in the hole so far. Their stock's tanked, and they're freaking out. I mean, all they got to do is renounce what they did and mean it. You know, and promise never to ever do it again. And people might start drinking their beer again, but they're not doing it. So the people are saying, well, you know what? We don't need your shitty beer. And their beer sucked anyway. I haven't had one in a long time, but even back in the day, it wasn't any good. But you're right, some things need to stay in their own homes and not in public. Well, absolutely, you know. And that's just common sense. And of course, you know, bringing kids into it, I got a real problem with that, you know. So what's going on, John? How come you're not working on the layout for the next 3 weeks? Taking vacation? That should be cool, you know. Big Jim, do you know that there's a small box in the top right corner of your screen showing Star Wars? Yeah, that's my May the 4th be with you thing. I put that up there just for fun. And yeah, my opening screen was the same way. Instead of the railroad track, you know, going down the railroad track, I put that same screen up. I thought it'd be kind of cool to do. It was different, you know. I gotta change things up every now and then just because. I'm always looking for new and different ideas to make to show a little more interesting, because, you know, sometimes we just run out of things to talk about. Well, train things anyway. They said I was really glad that if you came in late, you probably missed the video. After the show, or when you get a chance, watch the replay. I posted a video courtesy of Gerald Stewart that shows a really cool restaurant that serves their food on a train. I think they have one in Chicago, but these are mostly over in Europe somewhere, and they're really cool. It's a 4-minute video, but it's something you really want to see. So if you get a chance, check it out. Let's see what else is going on. I didn't lose the chat again, did I? I might have. Yes, I did. Okay, I hate when that happens. Give me a minute, let me restart it. And it locked up again. I don't know why it does that. It drives me nuts. But it does do it. So give me about 30 seconds here. And we'll get it restarted. Let's see, 0. Are you 7 W 7 should do it, I hope. Come on. Yep, there we go. Okay. I've got it restarted and we're good to go. And I hate when that happens. Let's see what I missed over here. Okay, yeah, so Joe, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out with us, and have a good weekend. We'll see you next time. Yeah, be safe out there, man. And Derek wants to know, John, why there's no work for the next 3 weeks. Let's see. Like I said, I thought it was a new TV, Derek. No, it's just, I put it up there for fun. John says work. Alright, so you'll be busy working. Alright, well. Not a biggie. You'll pick it back up in 3 weeks and things will be good again. John says, I see that too, Derek. May the 4th be with you. And live long and prosper. I like doing that. I guess now advertising is going to take over your screen. I can shut it off, and all I got to do is just, there you go. Now see, now it's gone. That quick. Okay, glad it's not from YouTube or StreamYard. No, they don't do ads, thank God. I don't use StreamYard anyway. I'm using OBS. Eventually, I'm going to I still have my account with StreamYard, the free account. And the problem I have with OBS is, it's a real pain in the ass to bring a guest in here. I mean, I have to do all kinds of weird stuff, and I don't know how to do it. For StreamYard, you just, once they're in the basement, you can bring them right up. And I would like to bring guests again a couple of times at least, and I would use StreamYard for that. So, but I haven't ruled out, the possibility of using StreamYard again, unless, of course, somebody comes up with a whatever you call it. A way to do it on OBS that isn't complicated. John says, speaking of layout work, anyone interested in laying down some ballast on mine? Not high on my list of priorities. Well, I know where you live, John. I'm too far away. I need to get out of that somehow. That's probably one of the worst jobs of the railroad, is ballasting. It's just a pain in the ass. Although, where did I see that? Ballast Magic. Maybe it was Vinny. Vinny was on his last show, I think last week. He had this thing called Ballast Magic. And this stuff is great. You mix it in with your ballast, and you lay your ballast down. It's dry after you mix it real good. And then once it's down, you just spritz it, and it hardens up, and you're done. So that takes all the hard work out of it. Because that's the worst part is, you got to use your alcohol, then you got to use your water, then you got to use your glue. It's a pain in the butt. I did some over here, and I wasn't real happy with it either, so I may have to redo it at some point. Did I ever get my magnets in? Yes, I did. Matter of fact, I have one right here. Oh. I have it stuck on my metal door. But here you go. These are the magnets. I don't have anything metal here I could stick it to. Well, maybe here. Sticks to my scissors. If you want one, just shoot me an email with your address, and I'll be more than happy to give you one. But, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I know a lot of you guys are lazy. I'm going to put my email address in the chat to make it easy for you. I just put it in the chat. So ship me an email, put your address in there, your name and address, and I'll be more than happy to ship you a decal. If you have one you want to trade, that's cool too. I'll throw one of yours in there and we'll call it a trade. But if you don't have one, I'll still give you one. I have the magnets and I still have the stickers. And next week, I will also have die cut ones of Shortline Thursday. You know, my logo that I use for Shortline. They'll be coming in next week sometime. So, but I've got the holographic ones. You know, they change the light. Something on there. Piece of grass. So if you want the magnet or the sticker, let me know. I'll give you one of each, or I might even give you both. Who knows? So, like I said, my where is it? There it is. That's my email address. So be sure to do it. Like I said, not a big deal. I won't charge you postage or anything. It's not a big deal. I like getting. Like I said, I've got 50 magnets and I've got 50 decals. And pretty soon I'm going to have 50 of the die-cut Shortline Thursday ones too. So you won't worry about those. Or you want to wait until I get those in case you want one of those. But you let me know. And like I said, if you have something to trade, that's cool. If not, no biggie. I'll send you one anyway. Because it ain't doing me no good sitting here collecting dust. Let's see. What did I miss here? Derek says, John, not a lot of volunteers. Yeah, probably not. It's not one of those jobs that I think anybody. I would volunteer for a lot of stuff. Ballasting is not one of them. John says, hours of back-breaking fun, Derek. Yeah, that's pretty much it, too. And says, come and do my timber work. I'll come and do your ballast. There you go. Yeah, man, you gotta move to the States, Artie. You're too damn far away. That's not good. John says, is that layout or wood cutting, Artie? I like cutting firewood. I think he's talking about layout, man. What's that? Here's another one at Derek. Okay, and I'll have to check that one out too. Oh, he says the layout, John. I figured as much. Doesn't sound fun either, Artie. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, nothing's fun. I mean, well, some of it is. Some of it kind of sucks. Derek says, John, do you have a ballast spreader? It makes quick work of it. I have a ballast spreader that actually works. I had the glue spreader. Matter of fact, when I do my contest, I never used it. Alright, it looks like a real pain in the ass. And I kind of experimented with just water in it, you know, just see how it would lay out the... And I don't like the way it works. I mean, some of you guys might... I'm going to give it away in a contest. It's brand new. I got it from Prose's Hobbies in the UK. And I said, brand new. I paid like $50 for it. But I have no use for it. So, it's going to become a gift when I do my next contest. This is hit 500. I've only got 371, so you know anybody who hasn't subscribed to me yet, get on it. I would appreciate that. Joe says, I did that, Jim. Okay. Digger says, I will drop you an email, Jim, so we can swap through. Absolutely, man. I said, I'll send one out to you without question. And I got no problem sending them to England, so no biggie. John says, not going to even ballast mine. Well, that's a possibility, too. It looks better, sort of. But, like I said, I did some of mine, and I don't know. I kind of really like it bare more than I like it ballast. I'm going to ballast it anyway, but I just wish that... I'm going to try that ballast magic. Now, Vinny did say it was kind of pricey. I don't know what pricey is. But if it works, it'd be worth the extra money. Because it's not fun to do. John says, I don't, Derek, but I've seen some vids of them and use pretty slick. Yeah, the spreaders are good. The gluing thing sucks. Because I've got my spreader I bought from Prose's too. I think that was $30-some. And I do use that, and it works brilliantly. It's fully adjustable, so you can put more or less ballast down. And you can even pull it behind a loco if you want, or you can run it by hand. I ran mine by hand, it was easier. But, for me it was anyway, but it does do a good job. So if you're going to do ballast, invest in a ballast spreader. It's worth the money. Even the cheap ones, I think they got something like 10 or 11 bucks. Because that was the first one I bought. It just looks like a barrel. You could probably 3D print one. And it's got 3 tiny holes in the bottom, and you fill it up and you slide it along the rails, and it does a fair job. And like I said, they're not very expensive if you're on a budget. But yeah, I mean, some guys do it with a spoon. Yeah, you can do it that way, but that looks like a real pain in the ass. That's my opinion, though, you know. Big Jim, is the flat car winner in chat tonight? She was. Well, actually, it was Tammy and Ray. I decided to donate it to Ray because I know he's really big into trains. Tammy said I think she's going to do a short video on it. She got it today. So, and it's, well, you guys saw it, the old flat car with my my logo on it, Millennium County Railroad. And it had a pipe load on it, chain down it. It really turned out nice, so look for her YouTube video. She'll be posting at some point. And I had told the other guys, I said, you know, I'm going to make more of these things. I'm not saying how many. I'm not saying when I'm going to give them out. But at some point, I'm going to make a few more, and I'm going to hand them out to people I think are worthy. No, that's not the right way to put it. But there's some people that I want to give something to, and I'm going to give one away. So, you know. And that's another reason to send me a sticker or send me an email with your address, because, see, I won't ask for your address. So, like, for example, Derek, if I was going to give you one of them cards, I don't have your address. So I'm like, hey, Derek, I need your address. Well, then you know you're going to get something. That takes the fun out of it. You know? I like the surprise aspect of it. So if I have your address, see, anybody that sends me something and has their address on, I keep their addresses. So, and I have probably 4 or 5 different addresses of some of you guys already. I got Dave Thurber's and Tom Grassi, Tammy and Ray, Dwight Curley. I have quite a few of them. So if you send me an envelope or even a sticker, I'll have your address, and you might get lucky and get picked to be a recipient of one of my free flat cards. So no promises, but you just never know. But yeah, I do intend to send some more out in due time. John says, going to be a long time before I get trains running. Well, I hope not. That kind of sucks. Although, it's probably smart to do all the necessary stuff before you get to that. And take your time, especially track length. You've got to do it right, because trust me, it'll come back and bite you in the ass if you don't. And keep us updated on what you do. Artie says, yeah, but it's nicer here and you have more freedom too. At least here you can pee behind the bushes and not get. That's true. I had a friend. Well, he was kind of stupid, but he had to pee really bad, you know, and he's disabled. Not in a wheelchair or anything, but he was mentally disabled. He had to pee really bad this one night. We used to go out and walk the dogs in the evening back in Naples, you know. And he was out there with us walking the dogs, and he said, man, I got to pee really bad. So we'll go over there, you know. I thought he was going to go behind a tree. Well, he went behind this woman's fence. She had a fenced-in yard, and there was like slats between, not big ones, but he's taking a leak aimed at the fence. She saw him, called the cops. Next thing you know, they're ready to arrest him. Now, fortunately, we kind of said, you know, look, he wasn't, because she thought he was exposing himself, you know, like a peeping Tom. I said, no, the dude has a bladder issue. And I said, he probably didn't use good judgment, but no, he wasn't flashing the woman. So they let him go with a warning. He got lucky, because if he'd have got busted, he'd have been nailed for life. They would have labeled him a sex offender for the rest of his life. He would have he would have done some jail time, got some heavy fines, all for pissing on a fence. You know. And I'll do this. I mean, I've got better judgment. You know, when I go out because of my stroke. When I gotta go now. You know, I usually can't hold it very long. So if there's some bushes or a tree, that's where I'm going. You know. And I never really thought about it, but I do have to be careful because it's considered lewd and lascivious behavior and exposing yourself. Well, it's not like you're out there jacking off, you know. What the hell, you know? But that's what it's come down to here. I mean, people are just offended by the stupidest things, you know. I don't know. It's just the way it is. Keep some spare stickers and back to Jim. I'll come and pick them up in person. That way I'll have to come. There you go. That'll work. I'll be sure to do that. I'll put some aside just for you. John says, I did once and it messed up a turnout. Yeah, but you gotta be careful. That's the thing. I did not ballast anywhere near my turnout. I'm a little leery of doing it because if you don't do it just right, you'll screw up your turnout, and those are expensive. So I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with a lot of that yet. But it is, you got to be very careful without a doubt. Artie says, I have a spreader here on the other side of the football field. Oh wait, we moved on from that topic. Did we? Or did we not? Hey, Kid Amos Jr., how you doing, man? Good to see you. You missed all the good stuff, bro. You'll have to go back and watch the replay later. I'm sure she appreciates that, John. I said, I like Ray, you know, even though he's a little autistic and all, but he's still a great guy. And, you know, the man really just loves the trains. You know, I watched some of his videos. I'm sure you guys have. And he just loves his trains, man. And how could you not want to just do something nice for someone like that, you know? So I was happy to donate a car to him. I really was. Don't be jealous, Derek. You'll probably get one too at some point. Big Jim, it would still be fun even if I knew. As a matter of fact, you want to sell one. Well, I'll sell you one, but you sure you just don't want to wait for me to give you one at some point? You know, the ones I'm selling, I'm getting $22 each for them. They're complete, and you tell me what you, well, I guess in my case I just put my logo on it, but Katy couplers, metal wheels, the trucks are printed, the bodies are printed, and the deck is printed, and they do come out nice. And I could put a load, I'd throw in a load for free. So if you wanted one, like the pipe load seems to be the neatest thing to put on there. But yeah, you let me know what you want to do. Like I said, you either wait and I might give you one at some point, or you can buy one. It's up to you. Let's see. The way the laws work here, as long as your private parts isn't in view, no one can do a thing, not even the cops. Well, you know, it used to be that way here a long time ago. And then, like I said, then they got on, well, they got on this whole sex offender thing, you know. So, you know, I mean, like here, I don't have a bathroom in my shed. I'm going to put one in at some point, I think. So, they said sometimes I got to pee. It's a 30-yard run to my bathroom in the main house. You know, I can't run, so, you know, I wind up pissing. I haven't done it yet, but I would wind up pissing myself if I tried to make it to the house. So I go out here and, you know, it's kind of shielded. You know, I've got the railing there, and I just piss over the steps. But if a cop seen it or somebody else seen it, yes, I could get arrested and go to jail, even on my own property, which is stupid, you know. I would fight it either way. But, you know, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's a necessity. Gerald says $22 is cheap. Well, yeah, but the reality is it doesn't cost me that much, you know. it literally cost me about a quarter to print the body. You know, the couplers and the wheels are what really set me back. You know, even the decal paper is not expensive. It's mostly you're paying. Well, you're paying mostly for the wheels and the couplers. And you know the couplers, they're not cheap. I buy 25 pairs at $60. You know. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, we had a derailment. I better shut it down. That was weird. Don't know what happened there. Yeah, you could probably see it. Let me see, where would that be at? Yeah, see right. Anyway, see what past the red truck in the lower right there. One of the flat cars was actually fine, but the caboose behind it derailed and put the flat car, must have uncoupled somehow, and the local pushed it. So that happened. Anyway, yeah, so really that's not bad. I mean, the new one's like, what, $85 for one you buy in the store, which is outrageous, you know. I'm sure I'd get more for them if I really wanted to, but like I said, I'm not looking to bend anybody over. So, and I enjoy making them. They're fun. So, you know, like I said, if anybody wants one, they are up for sale without a doubt. And I said I can either do my logo and my color, or if you want one, like with Les, you know, he wanted green, and he wanted his We Us and We Us and Company Railroad put on there. It's a tongue twister. And he left the road number to me and of course the weights. But I would be more same $22 regardless of whether I put my logo on it or you want a different logo and a different color. It's not a problem. Just let me know. If you want a blank one, I'll sell you a blank one. Same price, unfortunately. If you want one without the couplers and wheels, I'll sell those for $8 each plus shipping. So, you know, it all depends on how you want it, but I'll work with you. So, like I said, if anybody's interested, absolutely. I'm going to try my hand at gondolas next, I think. I'm going to see if I can find a good file on them and see how I like if they print them up nice. The flat cars were easy and I didn't really have any issues with them. The box cars, I mean, I modified a file to make them one piece, at least the body part, but I didn't make it wide enough. But I could fix that if I wanted to. But I'm more interested in making these. Now, I may do box cars and put like art on them, you know, like the Star Wars decals or whatever, and sell them. I don't know yet. We'll see how that goes. And I don't know what I'll get for those. It'll probably be a little bit more in 22, but it won't be much more. Let's see, Artie says, I'm trying to score some affordable Aussie passenger cars and an engine for Ray. That would be cool. Yeah, I was going to give him some passenger cars, and I thought, well, I'd rather not do that. I figured I just want to give him one car. And, but yeah, if anybody wants to help him out, man, by donating stuff or gifting him something, go for it. He's a nice kid, and, you know, I'm sure he really appreciates it. Better to piss on a fence than get pissed on. You're right, Tom. Unless you're into that sort of thing. I hear there are some that are into that. I'm not. I'm not into golden showers, without a doubt. That's a little weird. Yep. Peeing and seeing it as exposure, a violation. Pulling it as lewd, a misdemeanor. Yeah, that's probably true, Derek. You know, like I said, are we gonna... It's apples and oranges, really, you know. Like I said, if you gotta pee, you gotta pee, you know. It's not like you're really exposing. You're like, look at my dick, you know. You're not doing that, presumably. But, you know, I just said, I don't think it should be classified as a sex offense. once you get on that sex offenders list, you never get off. You're on it for life. And there's a lot of problems that come with it. You can't be within, 200 yards of a kid. You know, all kinds of stupid shit. You got to advertise that you're a sex offender. You know, nah. That's worse than DUI, man. So I just kind of avoid that stuff. John says, as long as it's not electric, Tom. Yeah, that's true. You don't want to piss on an electric fence. Not good. Never done it, but I have heard of people who did. It didn't end well. It didn't kill them, but man, did they get jolted. As long as your slug isn't in view here, you're safe here. Well, there you go. And really, there's no reason to really expose yourself, you know, unless you got one of them 12 inches, you know, and you can't help it. But Derek says, I already that I'm always safe. There you go. Yes, I could, Joe. You tell me what size you want, and I'll make it. You know, these are 60 foot. Make them 30, 40, 20, whatever you want. You just tell me. You know, that's the beauty of it. I can size out anything you want. Like I said, if you're interested, get with me. I left my email up there for you guys to see. So, you know, drop me a line. Tell me what you want to do, and I'll work you up a price and maybe, you know, give you a prototype view or something like that. A mock-up. We'll see. Well, Artie says, hello, me. Lucky for me, I live here in Berkeley. Seeing people walking down the street naked is a normal thing. Nobody does a thing apart from having a chuckle now and then. Well, that's like, you know, even that Naked and Alone and Racing for Home show, you know. They're actually, because they're trying to get to their homes or someplace where they can, you know, it's a populated area. And they say, you know, if a cop sees you, you could get arrested. So, you know, they try and cover themselves up with leaves or something if they see some people. But, you know, they had one guy, it was the first show, there was a guy walking down the path that the man and the woman that were naked running through to try and get to their prize. And they like, and he's like, he was really cool. He said, you know, he said, I got some knickers for you if you need them, you know. And it was just funny there. No, we're doing a contest. We have to be naked. You know, all right, no problem, you know. And they let him ask him for directions to get to the town where the money and their clothes were. It was kind of funny, you know. So, yeah, I mean, now here, people, I mean, it wouldn't bother me. Like I said, if I saw a naked couple walking down the street, big deal, you know. I've seen my share of naked people, both men and women. Not really interested in the men. I want to see the women, but I don't go crazy over it, you know. It's not that big of a deal. But there are some people here that would, boy, oh, there's a naked person running down the street. You got to come and arrest them because, you know, they're offending my eyes. I mean, that's how stupid some of these people get, you know. And I really don't know why. But, you know, so yeah, it's obviously different there. I personally don't have a problem with it, you know. As long as you're not doing something out of the ordinary. I mean, if you're just walking or running down the street naked, big deal, you know. And I remember one time, she wasn't naked. She had sweatpants on and a sweatshirt. It's a big black woman. She had these massives. I mean, those things were like bigger than my head, like 3 times bigger than my head. And I don't know if she had a bra on or not, but they weren't doing a good job. And every time she took a step, one would come up and slap her in the, I swear to God, I'm not lying, would slap her in the face. She'd take another step, the other one would come up and slap. I almost wrecked the car. I was laughing so hard. And this woman's jogging down the street. You know, fully clothed, but at that point, what difference did it make, you know? And I'm thinking, that had to hurt, you know? Strange stuff you see around here. Even the cops make a big issue about it in my area. They just take the people home to put some clothes on. The touching kids, that's a different, well, it should be. You touch a kid, I think you should be executed. Now, fortunately, our governor here in Florida just got signed a bill, and law's been passed. If you're a sex offender of any sort, it's mostly aimed toward the gays and the transgenders, but anybody, doesn't matter. If you sexually abuse or try to abuse anybody under the age of 12, you get the electric chair. You will be executed. And I've been saying that for years. We should just kill these idiots and be done with it. You know, if you're so bad off that you can't get a woman or a man your own age, you got problems, and you pretty much don't deserve to live. So, you know. Hey, Russ, how's it going? That's all right. There's no such thing as late here. And, you know, you can always go back and watch the rerun. You know, there's a lot of things you probably missed. So, you know, you check the replay later on. But, hey, you're here. That's all that matters. And that's what they should do. You know, I said, you know, you see a naked person, you know, if you're all right, well, they probably shouldn't be running naked in the street. The cops should say, look, you know, I got a blanket in the trunk of the car. Let me get it. You can throw it over yourself. We'll take you home. You know, put some damn clothes on. You know. But here, like I said, they make a big shit over it, and it's like, really? It's crazy. It really is. So, so Russ, when you check the replay, early in the show I played a video. It's a little over 4 minutes long, and it's about a restaurant over in Europe somewhere. I forgot where, right? And they use a train, you know, model train to deliver and pick up the food and drink. It's really cool. Check it out. And Gerald Stewart was the one who sent me the link for it. So Gerald's on top of things. And if you guys see anything like this, or anything cool that's train related, send me the link for it, and I'll try and get it on the show, you know. I appreciate anybody that wants to, you know, throw something in there. As long, well, hopefully if it's train related, I mean, you know. If you get a video of naked people running down the street, it'd be fun to watch, but I don't think it would be appropriate to put it on the show. So, you know, use your judgment on that one. Already says the things that go on around here is better entertainment with what goes on the streets than what is on TV. One can have a great laugh. Even the cops do too, as long as nobody... Yeah, it's true, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Like I said, I don't understand. You know, there's a lot of things we do in this country that don't really make sense, you know. That they just over-exaggerate or overreact to. The things they should react to, they don't. You know, stupid shit though. Oh, we gotta go in there and do something about that, you know. Really? Don't you have something better to do? And apparently they don't. He says, oh cool, I've seen this. The automation program they're using is the same I'm using. Not probably. It's pretty slick how they do it. So they must put sensors or something in the tables. So if you're at spot number 5, you place your order with an actual waitress, and then she loads the train back in the kitchen, punches in stop at number 5, so the train comes around, knows to stop at table number 5 or stop number 5 till you get your stuff, and then it takes off. It's slick as shit. I think it's really cool. Never seen nothing like that before. And I thought, wow, this is really neat. Well, sounds cool. Are we talking about naked people right now? Well, we were. You know my show. We talk about everything here, you know. There's not too much off the table. There's a couple of things we can't talk about because I'll get in trouble, you know. So we can't talk about, you know, the showstopper too much. And we certainly can't talk about, what the hell did I get busted for last time? I forgot what it was already. Oh yeah, the elections. We can't talk about elections or any of that stuff. But basically anything else, we're good to go. And if it's something, I'll let you know that we can't talk about. But, you know. He says, yes, and it is. It's really nice the way they did it. It's very professional looking, and they said that they actually make their own train cars. So, and they did a beautiful job on it. I mean, everything is just set up to where it works with their dinner plates and everything else. It's really cool. I said I'm surprised that nobody else has thought of that. There's a burger joint in New Lenox, Illinois that has the same. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Well, that's probably the one they were talking about, was near Chicago. And it used to be owned by the same company, but now it isn't. It's privately owned. But they did say something about Chicago. That's probably what you're talking, New Lenox. So, if I'm ever up that way, I'm going to check it out. I'm probably not going to be that way, but you never know. Russ says, I love your channel. Well, that's cool. Thank you for that, man. I do my best. Sometimes I wish I had more people watching, but, it is what it is. I'm happy, and as long as you guys are happy, it's all that matters. Tom says, has YouTube given you a list of the things you can't talk about, or they just make it up as they... Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, I said we were talking about the elections a few weeks back, and I got a warning. I didn't get a strike, but I got a stern warning. So you do it again, you will get a strike. And if you get a strike, they basically take you off of YouTube for 1 week. I'd rather not go there. And, we were talking about different, I can't bring it up now, but you have to be careful because that's one of the biggest no-nos. That and the showstopper. They're still kind of, they're getting more lenient with the showstopper, but you got to be careful, And it's just, this is YouTube. This is where it's at right now, It's going to get worse. Tom Kvichak at Tom's Changing Things, he's slowly migrating to Rumble. Because Rumble has zero censorship. Now, on YouTube, if you use somebody's music, you can get it. I've gotten warnings for using music already. That's why I had to change a lot of my songs. Because, I'm waiting for... Eventually, they're probably going to nail me with Crazy Train. I don't know. Now, the way it's working now is I'm violating their copyright laws by using Crazy Train in the opening, but they're profiting off it and saying I got permission, at least they got permission, from the guy that wrote it. I can't remember his name now, but, So, basically, I'm not monetized either. If I were monetized, that would be it. So they're making money off me playing a copyrighted song, which is kind of bullshit, but, So if I ever get monetized, which someday I hope to, I will have to revamp some of the music. Now, the rest of the music, like when I play the 15 minutes before the show starts, that's approved music by YouTube. Not copyright protected. I can run it all day long. But, see, now, Rumble doesn't care, You can use whatever you want on there. It's not their problem, which it isn't. And if YouTube had any brains or balls or both, they'd be looking at it the same way. Who the hell cares, It's not like I'm selling Crazy Train out there to anybody, It's just, Tom got busted. He actually, I think he got a warning too. He didn't get a strike, but he was at a train show and somebody was playing music on the radio. It got onto his video, and he got a warning from YouTube saying you're violating the copyright rules. They cut his show. He couldn't air the show because that's what they do if you're monetized. They just know you can't put it up, unless you remove the music. Well, that would have been impossible. So that's what I'm saying. This is what's happening with this whole bullshit now. And it's ridiculous. Hurry up, I got 10 minutes. Oh, there you go. Ozzy Osbourne. I couldn't think of his name. Stuff, it comes to me eventually, but I got to start taking more of that drink I was taking. Actually rebuild your brain. It does work. But I haven't taken any in a while, and I have to start. The Dems are still lying low about the showstopper. I got a nasty gram the other day about mocking the Biden. Really? See, now I do that often. I'll probably get busted for that too. I don't really care because it's stupid, So if anything ever happens where my show disappears, look for me on Rumble. I do my Wise Guy videos on Rumble, and if you guys get stickers, I give my business card too. which shows my channel name that you can look at on Rumble if you're interested. It's political mostly. All right, I cuss way worse than I do here, and I don't hold back, and I'll talk about I talk about everything. It doesn't matter because Rumble doesn't care. So that's what I'm doing. So eventually, I think I'm going to set up another channel on Rumble for Shortline Thursday, and probably even for Millennium County. Because I've got everything backed up, so I could transfer everything. It wouldn't be that big of a deal, But I think, Tom might be right. And eventually, it's going to get to the point where they're going to shut down everybody for some violation, I wouldn't put it past them. It's their money. If they want to throw it away, that's their business, But even he thinks eventually they're going to come down on us model railroaders too. He might be right. So he's proactive about it. He's slowly migrating over. So if something happens, it'll be a seamless change. I'm probably going to do the same thing at some point. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, and it's just so stupid, I don't know where people get this idea if you don't say something, it won't happen. Are you that afraid of the truth that no one can say it because, people might start thinking? And you're right, Derek, then they'll have no customers. Too bad. And I don't think they care. It's the same thing with this Bud Light deal. What the hell were they thinking? Who drinks beer? Men drink beer. Some women do, but mostly men. I never had a woman that drank beer. She always drank wine or mixed drink. I was the beer. I drank mostly rum too, but I would drink a beer as well. Because beer is for men. So, in what planet were they living on? Let's put a guy pretending to be a ditzy girl to sell our beer. How did they think that was going to go? I'm not college educated. I have no degrees or anything, but even I'm smart enough to know better than that. I think my kids know even better than that. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, you're right, Russ. They are digging their own grave, but I don't think they care. Just like Bud Light. Do they care either? They've lost, I think, $7 or $8 billion so far. Their stocks have tanked. They're done. They haven't given up the ghost yet, but they're going to have to because the boycott is not even slowing down, And it's starting to affect the rest of Anheuser-Busch. So that means people are going to stop buying regular Bud. They're going to stop buying, what else do they got? Michelob. They got like 8 or 9 beers, some I never heard of. People will stop drinking that stuff, Screw you. There's a new beer out there. I think it's called, something right or right something. It's a new beer. It's supposed to be pretty good. And they're guaranteed never to be woke. I can't remember the name of it. One of you guys probably saw it, an ad for it. It's brand new. It's kicking ass. And, Well, there you go, Russ. You're right. A lot of real patriots drink beer, So, yeah, Derek, Bud Light should change their name to Half and Half. There you go. They aren't thinking. No, they're not. Well, I think they are. Now, I've read some stories on this stuff. Gerald, you're right. Real men don't drink Bud Light. Never did it. It does taste like shit. It is grasshopper piss. Oh, no, that was Miller. Sorry. I didn't like Miller either, I used to drink Michelob, really, and I liked the draft. But, but really, I drank beer out of the bottles, and it was usually either Michelob or, what else did I like drinking some of the microbrewery beers, because they taste better. But, Pabst Blue Ribbon, Busch, Bud Light, and they're all garbage beers, man. They're for people just desperate to get a buzz. Well, they probably do now, Rush. You're probably right. But what I understand is they, it's something to do with ESG, which means equity and something or not. I don't know what the hell it means, but you want to get high on the ESG score. It's like brownie points, even if it costs you your company or livelihood. It makes no sense. Now, Florida, once again, our great governor, he just signed a bill that prevents ESG from taking effect in Florida. Same with DEI. Okay, I don't remember what all that stuff means, but it's basically all woke shit, you know. It favors the transgenders, the LGBTQ, and the stupid stuff, you know. Me personally, if BlackRock, and that's who I guess is behind this, if BlackRock came to me and said, look, you know, we know you're a handyman, that's fine, but we need you to, you know, bring in, you know, transgenders and gays and lesbians and, you know, to make yourself look better. And say, you know what, there's a door, I don't want to hit you on the ass on your way out. Because I don't care, you know. I do what I think is right, not what some idiot tells me or promises me to have a big score. Screw the score. How good is a score if you go bankrupt? You know. Gerald's this far right beer. That could have been it. I don't remember. It sounds right, though. It's supposed to be good beer. I have not tried it. I may go out and buy a six-pack. I really don't drink anymore. But I'd give it a shot, you know. And that's one of their things. Their motto is, we will never go woke. We promise. You know. And it'd be stupid if they did anyway. Now you see what's happening. Now Nike is having problems because Nike also hired Dylan Mulvaney. Maybelline. They're getting boycotted now. And there's two other places too. I don't remember what they were. I mean, you know, you watch a company basically bankrupt itself by doing this. And the other companies are standing in line. Hey, you know, we want to do it too. What the hell? You know. See, what's a showstopper? A guy's in front of you, and I got to be careful what I say here because I don't want to get busted. Guy's in front of you, you know, he doesn't react well to the to the showstopper, and the other guy goes, "All right, I'm next." What are you, stupid? You know, it's the same thing. I would not emulate somebody who's failing. You know, well, that guy's business is going down the gutter. I think I'll do the same thing because, you know, I'll be luckier. I don't think so. And you know, it's a major insult to real women. You know. Now, unfortunately, this Mulvaney guy, he actually had cosmetic surgery done on his face. He said he's trying to emulate, shit, what the hell is her name? Some old movie star. I can't remember her name now. You guys probably know it too, but he's trying to emulate her, and he actually looks just like her. Right, well, she started Breakfast at Tiffany's, and Mulvaney actually replicates that one scene where she's at the table at Tiffany's with her glass of wine. I mean, they look almost identical. This guy's obviously got some, you know, screws that are vibrating loose there. But I just don't understand why you would, you know. Derek says Bud Light was always a shit beer, and now they have the perfect asshole to sell it to no one. There you go. And apparently even the transgenders ain't drinking it. So, you know, you got a big problem if you can't even sell it to your core audience, or at least what you perceive to be your core audience. You know? Yeah, I mean, you would think that all the whack jobs would go out there and start buying this stuff just because, you know, to support their trans buddy. And no, they're not buying it either. You know? And of course, there's a couple of dumbass bars. There's a bar in Texas, I don't remember the name of it. Guy saying, well, this is bullshit. We're going to go out of business because people won't buy Bud Light. Well, that's simple. Stop selling Bud Light. Sell something they want. Why are you trying to push off a brand that nobody wants at the expense of your own business? Are you stupid? You know? That's what I'm saying. I just don't get it. Never heard of that one, Gerald, but I'll take your word for it. John says, I must go folding laundry. Oh, it sucks to be you. Well, thanks for popping in, and we'll see you next time. And don't let that laundry get ahead of you there. There you go, Gerald. A guy pretending to be a woman and piss pretending to be a beer. Good one. I love it. So, I thought we were supposed to learn from our mistakes. Apparently not. You know. And this isn't the first time it happened. I mean, this is not what sells anything. You know. There was a funny video on it. It was fake, you know, but it was a brilliant idea, actually. It said Walmart is having such a problem getting rid of their Bud Light stock because apparently the distributors won't take it back. So they've cut the price in half on it, from what I understand. So this guy was making a joke. He says, now if you buy a case of Bud Light, we'll throw in a pair of women's panties for you. I don't know how he got away with it and not get busted in the store. They absolutely filmed it in the store. And he had pink panties and green panties and blue panties. He threw them on top of the case. If you buy a case of Bud Light now, we'll throw in these panties for free. And it was funny as shit, you know. I'm thinking maybe they need to do that. I don't know. And Costco actually took, it was a $36 case of Bud Light. They're selling for $15.66. And still nobody wants it. So, you know, they don't understand. Anheuser-Busch doesn't. They really pissed us off. You know. And this is going to stick. Usually a boycott goes away in a few weeks. Hell, they're just building up steam, man. We haven't even begun to boycott them yet, you know. We're going to run them out of business, you know. And here's the beauty of it. Anheuser-Busch is no longer an American company anyway. I believe somebody in Austria or Germany owns it. I don't remember the name of the company, but it's no longer an American company. So do we really care? Not really. You know. And those boneheads that own it, they should be smacking their heads into the wall for being so stupid. Derek says Michael Jackson did that. Yeah, that's true, he did. That was also weird. Hey, DB Tech, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Says, what are we talking about today? I was busy taking care of the dog. You're missing all the fun. We're talking about transgenders and beer and other stupid shit like that. There you go, Derek. Audrey Hepburn. I couldn't remember her name. That's the one. He thinks he's Audrey Hepburn. And I refer to him as he, and that's what pisses me off. The news talks about him, and they say, well, you know, she's a little misguided, or she's not really a real woman. It's not she, it's he. Look between his legs, that ain't no damn woman. And I refuse to address him as such. You know, he's more of an it than he is a him, but still, there is no way I would ever give him the satisfaction of calling him by a female pronoun. It's not going to happen. You know, and he'll just have to get over it. The only people buying it are shooting it. Yeah. Yeah, Kid Rock took a machine gun to his, man. I thought that was great. You know. I got two things to say about Bud Light. You know, you gotta love it. I mean, can't get the point across any better than that, right? Yeah, Michael Jackson was an oddball. He was, well, you know, I don't know how true it was, but I remember back in the day before he killed himself, more or less, they said, because you know, well, most of us are old enough to remember seeing him as a little kid when he was with the Jackson 5. But they say when he hit puberty, they snipped him. They basically knocked his nuts off to keep his high voice. That's why I don't believe any of his kids are really his. Unless he had his sperm frozen or something, I don't know. But he couldn't have sex with a woman because his balls were missing. I don't know how true that is, but it kind of seems like it is. And then also, we also heard that at one point that he had his skin bleached. And now they're saying, well, no, he had a rare medical condition. Well, bullshit, He wanted to, only in America can a black man turn into a white woman. Right? So, I like some of his music, I'll give him credit for that, but, he was also screwing that monkey too, supposedly. So, who the hell knows? DB says, I missed this. Oh, you don't know about Bud Light? Oh, come on, you gotta know. Been all over the news for like 7 weeks. They did a new advertising campaign, and they brought in this guy named Dylan Mulvaney who's pretending to be a woman. More like a little stupid little girl, actually, to sell the beer. People got so mad that they brought a transgender in to sell men a manly beer, if you want to call it that they decided to boycott the company. So consequently, Bud Light has lost at least $7 billion in revenue. Their tanks have went into the shitter, and their company's on the verge of bankruptcy because they won't renounce Mulvaney. Now they fired the advertising executive. I can't remember her name. She's got a weird name. They didn't fire her. They put her on a leave, which is kind of the same thing. And her boss was also put on leave because apparently, it was supposedly, Bud Light is saying that they never approved this whole transgender advertising thing. I think they're covering their asses, to be honest with you. So that's what's going on. And so Bud Light's in deep shit. And but they can't give this stuff away. If you go into any store, you'll see a full rack of Bud Light, Coors Light, and a few other beers that are not made by Anheuser-Busch. The shelves are empty. So they're drinking anything but Bud Light now. You can't blame them. Now you know. That's true, Gerald. The women do hate him more than the men because he makes women look like a bunch of dumb bimbos, You got this guy, there's something wrong with him, he's off in another dimension somewhere. And why would you even put somebody like that in an ad campaign? Selling beer, no less. He was selling a line of shoes. I think the shoes were for women, but I'm not sure. He also did the bra. He's doing a sports bra for Nike. He ain't got nothing to put in them. What the hell? Why would you put a man pretending to be a woman who has no breasts wearing a sports bra to sell to women who actually do have breasts? I don't get it. It's just beyond stupidity. Yeah, that's true. But they can shave those. But yeah, as a rule, that is the giveaway. But yes, they can be surgically shaved. And well, look at Michelle Obama. Michael. That really is a guy. And they've got proof of it. They've got his real name and because Barack is a gay. And you've seen his package on live TV a few times. So, that's not a woman, It's not good. Hey, CSX Enthusiast Productions, how you going? Let's see, what's that there? Sorry I'm late, lots of traffic out on the road. Hey, no biggie. We understand. You're here, that's all that matters. Is it okay if I still drink Bush? I don't know why you'd want to, but yeah, I think you can. That's not made. Is that made by Anheuser-Busch? I don't know. Yeah, I guess it is. No, can't drink it. Well, you shouldn't drink it. There's a lot of good beers out there that are reasonably priced. I would seriously consider getting away from Anheuser-Busch. You can do whatever you want, no big deal, but if it were me, and I'm not a beer drinker anymore, but if I was, I would walk away from everything Anheuser-Busch. And I like Michelob, but that's one of Anheuser-Busch's brands. So I would simply refuse to drink it, just on principle. So it's up to you, But yeah, That's Anheuser-Busch, sorry. Actually, Russ, their sales are down over 70%, is what I heard. They initially thought 30%, and I think somebody said 50 at one point, and they're finally saying 70%. And they've lost $7 billion. Yeah, that's a lot of money to lose. I think basically they're on the verge of bankruptcy. They're just not admitting it, you know. But they're going to have to. Which one, CSX, to know stupid people? Yeah, well, you know. I got a problem with stupid people. There's just so damn many of them. What can I do? Oh yeah, by the way, I never showed you guys. Or maybe I did. Yeah, I think I did. I did short. Let me see here. Set this back up. Oh. And let me go over here. No, it's not up high enough. I don't think you can see it from here, but my sister is 5 years younger than me and lives in Indiana. There you go. Can't see too good. She had this sign made up for me next to over the paints. It's called Jim's Train Station. It's a metal sign, and she had it custom made for me and gave it to me as a gift last week. It's very cool. And, you know, I love my sister, so. And she's always thinking about me, giving me weird stuff. I gotta find something to give her. She's into dragons and stuff like that, so I might have to. I was thinking maybe I might 3D print her a dragon and deck it up for her, you know. We'll see. Let's see. I never liked Bud Light. Nah, it's not good beer. I've had it before. Of course, I don't like Busch either. I don't like Miller. I don't like Heineken. You know, there's a lot of beers that just don't. They just don't taste good to me. So, like I said, I've always liked Michelob. I've even tried the Michelob Dark. It wasn't bad. And some of the lagers I don't mind either. You know, the thicker beers, I'm okay. I don't drink warm beer. The English warm beer, I tried it once. I really didn't like it. It's just an acquired taste. Sorry for you guys across the pond, but you know, we like our beer chilled here. But yes, I did, Gerald. As a matter of fact, there was a video on it, a YouTube video. A couple of days ago I saw it, and it's like, he was still a man, I guess. Well, he'll always be a man, but he was more, well, he was a very effeminate man. I mean, the guy's a whack job, you know. But they say that they think he's an attention whore. And he tries to do things for attention. And this latest thing is, like I said, becoming a woman. Or whatever. Yeah. It's a little weird. Russ says most M's fit the description of your side. This is true, you know. And actually, they go well beyond that. I mean, I don't know what the hell to think about them. I really don't. Hey, Mystic John, how's it going? Good to see you. Just got off of work and feeling like something the cat dragged in. Oh, that sucks. Well, hopefully you'll recover soon. No, Mystic, I don't. A lot of these beers, they just kind of suck to me. Now, a little bit of background. When I was a little kid, I used to go see my grandfather. I think I was probably 6 or 7 years old. Back up in New Jersey. He was a beer drinker. Well, he was a commercial fisherman. He'd be gone for 3 months at a time. He was out to sea, but when he came back, he just lived right around the corner from where I lived. So I'd go hang out with him and, you know, he'd be like, boy, come on over here and have a beer with me, you know. And he would split a beer with me. I'd drink a half a can, he'd drink the other half. The beer he drank was called Ballantine beer. Now, Tom Grassi, you probably know about it because it was up in Jersey and that's where you live. I don't think they make it anymore. As I said, this is going back into the early mid-60s. But it was great beer. And since that was my first taste of beer, I liked that taste. Now, when we moved down here, I was 10 years old. And like I said, I didn't really drink. And I didn't start drinking until I was probably about 14, thereabouts. You know. And I looked older, so I was able to get in the bars. And I prefer draft beer over can or bottle anyway. But I started drinking Michelob because I liked the taste. It seemed like it was very close to the Valentine. I tried Budweiser, I didn't like it. I didn't do any light beers. Busch I didn't really like. Miller I absolutely hated. They didn't call it grasshopper piss for nothing. You know. And what was that? Heineken's? I never understood the big deal about a Heineken. It was nasty ass beer too. That's just my opinion. I mean, some of you guys may like it, and that's fine. Now, nowadays they got the Corona, which I believe is also Anheuser-Busch. I tried Corona a couple of times. I didn't drink it the way you're supposed to. You're supposed to have salt or salt and lemon with it. If you have to add shit to your beer, there's something wrong with it. You know. Now, I've drank tequila before, and we do the salt and the lemon or lime with that. That makes sense. But beer, you shouldn't have to add anything to. So I don't like Corona either. So, just kind of weird that way. It's Cheryl goes flaming gay. Yeah, sort of, but I mean, he's not. I've seen flamers before, and they're just completely. I've seen guys that are complete women's garb, long hair, eyeshadow, makeup, blush, and a beard. Come on. I don't know any women with a beard, and if I did, I probably wouldn't have nothing to do with them. I mean, I've had a few women that had, little minor mustaches, because that happens, especially if you're Italian or Spanish descent. I think even the French do too, but a full beard, no. I would never date a woman with a beard, okay? If you want a bearded woman, you go to the circus for that. So, Coors isn't bad. I've had Coors. I had the real Coors that was illegal on this side of the line there, the Mississippi. I think that was 5.6 alcohol content or something like that. The shit was potent. The stuff we were getting here was the diluted version, but I actually got to try some from the other side. It wasn't bad, but really my go-to beer was mostly Michelob. And preferably draft, but if not draft, I'd drink it in the bottle. I didn't like canned beer at all. The aluminum did something to the taste of the beer, I think, I've had Guinness before. It's not bad, I've drank a lot of different beers. Mystic said, yeah, I used to drink the Michelob Dark too. I tried it when it first came out. It's not bad. So I didn't drink it consistently, but I would every now and then I'd say, give me a Mick Dark, and we'll go with that just to be a little different. So I was okay with it. He said, one day I will Google how to spell Michelob, but not tonight. Yeah, that's not quite right, but you're close. It's Michelob. I'm a good speller, so that's how I know that. It doesn't matter, though. John says close enough, Mystic. There you go. Valentine, the champagne, a bottle of beers. All right, so Gerald, you know what it is. I don't know where it was. I mean, I know they had it in Jersey. Probably had it in New York as well. Maybe the entire East Coast. I don't know. But that's what my grandfather drank. And I'll tell you, that was some great... I wish they still made it. I don't think they do. I haven't seen it anyway. Even when I was up in Jersey before I had the stroke, I looked for it and couldn't find it. So I don't think they make it anymore. Now, some of the microbreweries, they're pretty good, we actually have one here in Sebring. I have not tried any of them yet. I really don't drink anymore because I'm not supposed to. But every now and then I wouldn't mind, kicking one back. One won't kill you, I don't think. But they say the beer in the microbreweries are really good. So I'm going to have to go out and try one day, just for fun. Tom says, back in the 80s, I worked in London for 6 months, and we went to the pubs every day at 3 p.m. The first day I asked for a draft and spit it out. It was so warm. Switched to rum and Coke from that day on. Yeah, in England, they drink their beer warm. It's kind of a different beer. There was an English pub in Naples, and they had the English beer along with, they must have something like 700 or 800 brands of beer, mostly from overseas, you know. And I tried it. Not, well, I'd say a good handful of them anyway. And I tried the warm English beer. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. And I really felt it was an acquired taste, you know. And I guess they just didn't have air conditioning over there, or refrigeration, for their alcoholic beverages. I could be wrong, I have no idea. But there ought to be something going on there. Scott says, Jim, you like Baby Ruth Candy Bar or Butterfingers and Payday? Actually, no, on all of them. I like Milky Way and what's the other one? Three Musketeers. Those are my two favorite and really only candy bars that I've ever eaten. I haven't had one in a long time because, you know, I'm diabetic, but they were good candy bars. I kind of stayed away from anything with nuts in them because I started losing my teeth quite a few years ago, and it was painful to bite into them. So I tend to get things that no nuts in them, which sucks because I love shit, what do you call them things? Ah, damn it. The ones you peel open. I can't remember what the hell they're called now. I love those things, and I can't eat them anymore because you need teeth. So, and the name's on the tip of my tongue, but somebody else will come up with it before I do. A Michelob Dry was good. I heard of it. I never tried it, so it might have been. Russ says, we are model railroaders, not spellers. Mystic, no worry. There you go. Tom said, Valentine beer was made in PA, I think, Philly. You could be right. I was too young to know. But I still remember the taste of it. I mean, I could think about it, and that taste is like still there, you know. It was good beer. It really was. And I've drank some pretty, have you guys ever heard of Dunks? Okay. Dunks came out, Publix used to sell it now. I don't know if they sold it anywhere else, but the stuff was like $2 for a 6-pack. It wasn't that bad. My stepfather, or father-in-law rather, my father-in-law, he drank it for my first wife, you know. And I was over there with him, he says, hey, you ever tried Dunks? I said, no, why? He said, you want one? I gave it a shot. And like I said, it was really cheap beer, $2 for a 6-pack, you know. This is when regular beer was like $6 or $7 for a 12-pack, 6-pack. So I popped one open, and shit, this isn't that bad. I was kind of expecting, you know, like water. But they didn't make it for very long, and it went away, so, you know. But I've drank a lot of different types of beers, and, you know, what the hell. Russ says Snickers for me. Yeah, a lot of guys like the Snickers. Tom says Payday and Snickers. So you guys got teeth, though, so you can do that. No teeth, it kind of limits you to what you can eat, John says, hey, Waycross, I wonder if PRR actually shuttled Baby Ruth Postcard. They might have. Who knows? Pepsi or Coke? Actually, originally I liked Coke. And then remember when they changed the formula? I think it was Coke, right? Or was it Pepsi? One of them changed the formula, so I switched. And I drank Pepsi for a long time. And then Pepsi started getting real sugary, so I went back to Coke. And so I kind of bumped back and forth. My preference was for Coke. But I was really mad when they changed the formula. That's what it was, got a new Coke. Thank God they changed it back, but it was still never really the same. I think they didn't fully change it back to the original formula, or at least the formula we drank. What was the name of Aussie beer that came in oil cans? That was, shit. It's on the tip of my tongue. Artie is still, no, is Artie still in here? He would know. I think he went home already. Foster's, are you thinking of? Foster's was an Aussie beer, and that came in a huge can. Might be, it might not be. I don't know. That's the only one that I is. Yeah, Johnson's Foster's. Okay, so we all got it right. I tried that once too. It wasn't that bad, you know. Wasn't that good either, but it really wasn't bad. I mean, you know, beer is a funny thing, you know. I think the original beers that were made, say, 50, 75, 100 years ago, were probably better because I think they probably paid more attention to the ingredients, you know. Now, I had a friend who used to make his own wine. And you can make wine out of it. He had apple wine, peach wine, strawberry wine. I think he even had chocolate wine. He had all these different wines, and they weren't bad. He was really good at making his own wines. But I know some people make their own beer too. I never got to taste any of those. I didn't know anybody who made their own beer. I kicked it around one time and said, "That's too expensive." But, you know, if you know what you're doing, you could probably do a good job on it. John says, I took a bunch of Fosters to a motocross race once, and the girl I was dating traded one for a Miller Lite. We didn't date much longer. Yeah, Miller sucked, man. I had a friend, he hurt his back at work, so he couldn't do a lot of work. He had a Chevy Impala convertible. It was a 67 or 68, I don't remember, but he wanted to do some work on it. He knew I was a mechanic. He says, "Can you help me out?" He says, "I can't pay you, but I'll give you all the beer you can drink." So I'm thinking, all right, what the hell, right? So I start working on the car. I says, "So why don't you pop one of the beers out?" What's he bring out? Fucking Miller Lite. I go, "Dude, that's not beer. That's grasshopper piss. You have to do better than that. What do you drink?" I said, "Well, usually Michelob." "I can't afford Michelob." "Well, what can you afford?" "Well, I don't know." I said, "Well, go buy some cheap beer that ain't Miller Lite." You know? Which he did, and I continued working on his car. And that's some nasty beer, man. And you get the worst headaches from it the next day. Not a hangover, just a headache. I never got hangovers from beer. All right, John, well, it's good seeing you. And go home and, you know, sit down and kick back and rest and have yourself a beer, but not a Bud Light. And we'll see you next time. Thanks for stopping in. Tom says, my grandfather must have made his own wine. He grew the grapes to make it. It was, yeah, I bet it was. I saw a lot of them older guys, they were good at that stuff, you know. I never really took that much of an interest in it. I kind of wished I almost tried, though, because I like wine. But here's the thing, though. I don't like dry wines. When I was a teenager, I worked in a restaurant, and it was an expensive restaurant, but they had the house wine, which was like $10 a bottle, you know. And then they had they had some shit that was $150 for a glass, you know. And the people that bought it, so they were like really wasteful. They'd leave a lot of it behind. We were young, we didn't know better, you know. So you see a half-drink bottle or glass of wine on the table, you know, tip it up. Man, shit was like drinking gasoline. It was so dry. I'm thinking, why in the hell would anybody in their right mind pay $150 for a glass of this shit, you know? So the more expensive the wine and the older it was, the drier it was, and I thought it sucked. You know? Now, I personally like the Jewish wine, what the hell is it called now? The grape, it'll come to me too. I can't think of the name right now. I haven't drank it in a long time. But it's sweet. I like sweet wine. You know. But the dry stuff, not so much. They said if I want dry, I'll drink a glass of gasoline. There ain't much difference. So, you know. I guess I'm kind of weird that way, but I just never, I mean, the house wine, I thought, in that restaurant, tasted better than all this expensive shit, you know. Now, champagne's a different story. I like expensive champagne. And what's the good stuff? Yeah, I can't remember half of the stuff anymore. But, the wine was Manischewitz, that's right. See, I get the stuff, but it takes a minute. The champagne was, it's a real expensive stuff. I bought 2 bottles of it once. It was $110 a bottle. The girl I was with, we were engaged to get married. We never did. It broke off before then, but I took her to an expensive restaurant to propose, and I got 2 bottles of this expensive champagne. I can't remember that. It'll come to me. And it was good stuff, you know. She liked it. I definitely liked it. And it kind of took care of things for later on that evening, you know. But I've had cheap champagne, and it sucked. You know, so something like that you kind of want the good stuff for. But the wines, I'd say backwards. Now, when I was married to my first wife, my father-in-law died, and my mother-in-law remarried his best friend. So I guess he'd be like my stepfather-in-law, I guess. Well, his last name was Fetzer. And he always bought Fetzer wine. It wasn't his wine, but it had the same name. And it was the worst fucking wine you ever drank. Because when I went over there for dinner, me and the first wife, you know, and dinner table, he says, "Would you like a glass of wine?" "Sure, pour me one," you know. So he says, "Look," he says, "this is my wine. It's Fetzer." I said, "No, it's not." He says, "No, but I like to pretend." Hey, he says, "Go ahead and pour me a glass." I took a sip of that. Jesus Christ, it sucked. You know. But he drank it because it has his name on it. So, that's a little weird. Hey, Weather Harry, how you doing? Good to see you. Last message was Mas Da was Mom's dad. Okay. I kind of figured you had a slip of the finger there on that one. Thanks for clarifying that. Scott says, "Is there an actual Baby Ruth boxcar back home?" Oh, yeah, is there from 1940s or 50s in real life railroad freight? I'm sure there is. I had one here. I don't think I have it anymore. Well, maybe I'll have to get myself another one, because like every railroad has to have one, you know. I'm not sure what I'm pretty sure they were from the 50s, though. I don't know about the 40s, but I'm pretty sure they were from the 50s. Actually, I drank Mad Dog once. MD 2020. Nasty shit. I had a friend. You guys probably don't believe I have friends that do this stupid shit. He was an idiot anyway. He drank not 1, but 2 bottles of Mad Dog. I mean, chugged them. All right. He was a big guy. He was 6'3", and close to 300 pounds. He was 280, 285. Not too bright. It trashed his stomach so bad, he couldn't eat real food for like 2 weeks. He's lucky it didn't kill him, you know. I said, "What the hell were you doing?" "Oh, well, you guys didn't think I could do it." "Yeah, I don't think you can jump off a 20-story building either. You gonna do it to prove me wrong?" You know, use some brains, dude. That was some nasty wine, man. Have you ever drank G&D? What's the G&D stand for? I had the other stuff that was real popular. What the hell was that called? It was a California wine. I can't remember the name of it. I never had the G&D though, I don't think. That doesn't ring a bell with me. But the other one, they had the strawberry wine, and what the hell is the name of that stuff? You know, you don't use these terms that you forget about them. It'll come to me eventually. Russ says, "Wine gives me instant heartburn, too acidic for my palate." Yeah, and that's the problem, especially the dry ones. That's why I like the sweet wines, like the Manischewitz. If you want to drink wine, try that. The grape Manischewitz, it doesn't give, because I get heartburn too from the drier wines. Now, I was drinking, I had a girlfriend, she loved that stuff. What the hell was it called? It was a white wine. It's real popular. I can't remember the name of it. I didn't mind drinking that. It didn't give me any problems. The red wines I really cannot drink because they're too dry, and the same thing, I'll get heartburn and have a wicked headache the next day. Not a hangover, just a wicked headache. So I stayed away from it. Tom says, "Just found a Baby Ruth boxcar HO scale on eBay." Yeah, they got plenty of them. That was such a common car, you know. And I never tried Thunderbird. I've heard about it. I mean, that's just some nasty shit, man, you know? I don't even think you can run your car. That's how bad it was, you know? Harry says, me and Wilmer drank some MD 2020 a few times. It gave him bad hangover. Yeah, well, it will. You know, that's some nasty ass wine. I don't even think you can really call it wine. I don't know what the hell it is, you know? Scott says, I looked on the internet and only saw a Lionel Baby Ruth and HO scale Baby Ruth. I need to buy a Baby Ruth boxcar at the train show Saturday. There you go. Boone's Farm. That's what it is. I knew somebody would get it. I drank a lot of Boone's Farm back when I was a teenager. You know, it was cheap, and it wasn't that bad. It wasn't dry. It always had a little bit of a sweetness to it, and you really wouldn't get too trashed unless you drank massive amounts of it. You know, but yeah, that was like a go-to drink for teenagers back in my day. John says, Lionel made pre-war Baby Ruth boxcars. Wig. I didn't know that. That's good to know, I guess. Joe says, when we had a shop party in New York, we had to buy gallons of G&D for all the Italian guys. What the hell does G&D stand for? I never heard of it, really, so I know I didn't drink it. It's not a Gallo wine, is it? I don't know. I said, well, if you know what it stands for, let me know. I really don't know. Harry, paint thinner. Yeah, might as well be. That's some nasty stuff, man. Tom says, also found a Baby Ruth tanker car on eBay. I never saw a tanker car with Baby Ruth. I always seen the box cars. That's kind of cool. Weird stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it was Boone's Farm that made the Strawberry Hill, right? I'm pretty sure, because that was one of the ones I liked, the Strawberry Hill. And the stuff was only like $4 a bottle back then, you know. It was really cheap. It wasn't bad. Do they even make that anymore, Boone's Farm? I don't know. I just said I haven't really looked too much, you know. Oh, the White Zinfandel is what my ex-girlfriend used to drink. And I kind of got hooked on it. It wasn't bad. It wasn't dry. It wasn't sweet. It was somewhere in between. So I could still drink that. And if I went out like to a bar or a restaurant, say, and I wanted to order a glass of wine, that's what I would get, a White Zinfandel. It's about the only modern wines I probably drink. I think I have a bottle of Manischewitz in my storeroom. In case, you know, shit hits the fan. It's actually trade-worthy. You know. I don't even know if it's any good. It's probably about 10 years old. And they don't even have corks in them. It's got a metal screw top on it, you know, it's sealed. So the seal isn't broken on it, but I don't know if it's any good or not. It could be. How many have the Baby Ruth Chug Chug car? Never heard of that one either. Charles says, I was in Home Depot today. The paint department had gallons of MEK substitute. The, you know, Tom Grassi tried that. He said it didn't work. I don't know if he got the right stuff, though, so I haven't been in Home Depot in a while. When I go there, I'm going to see if they got it, because, like I said, unfortunately, the Plastruck Bondine, it's good stuff, but it's, like you said, it's the same as the MEK. And this shit's like $6 a bottle, where you can get a quart for, I think, $12 of the MEK. But I did notice, though, that there are 3 or 4 variations of MEK. You got to get the right stuff. If you get the wrong one, it won't do what you want it to do. So next time I'm in there, I'm going to check it out. John says the pre-war Lionels were 33 to 39. That's correct. I had my stepson. I think he stole them, but he had 7 or 8 Lionel locomotives, and 4 of them were pre-war. Because none of them worked, and he asked me if I could fix them so he could sell them. And at that time, I didn't even know what they were worth. But I did, because I had to get parts, or, yeah, I had to get brushes, I think, for some of them. But I looked it up, because they actually they were dated, so to speak. They had numbers on there you could cross-reference to get the dates. And 4 of them were pre-war. And they were worth a ton of money. I fixed them. I think I fixed all but one, handing them back to him. I'm sure he sold them, probably gave them away. He's a bit of a drug addict, you know. So, crazy. $32 a gallon. Well, I probably wouldn't buy a gallon, Gerald. I'd buy a quart. A quart would last me for years. But that's not really that bad, though. It's still cheaper. If you bought a gallon of this stuff, you'd probably have a few $100s sitting there, you know. So, and like you said, chemically they're basically the same. So, because all it does is it's melting or bonding the two pieces of plastic together. It's not it's not technically an adhesive. It's a bonding agent, you know, which is actually better than a glue. Tom says, yeah, Boone's Farm is still available. Really, I'll have to look for it in the store sometime. I probably won't buy any, but just for nostalgia, you know. Let's see, Scott says, I'm looking forward to Saturday morning to selling HO scale freight cars, Bachmann, and other HO scale freight cars with horn hooks. Huh. Yeah, I would buy, well, I don't need any right now, but I had no issue with buying. I think I bought, I got 2 cabooses that had horn hooks on them. The first set of passenger cars I bought, they had horn hooks. I just changed them out. It's not that big of a deal. So that doesn't mean too much to me. Some people still prefer the horn hook. I don't. I like the knuckle couplers. Although the horn hooks may actually be better for keeping the cars coupled in some cases than the actual knuckle couplers are, but I'll stick with the knuckles. Yes, a weld, exactly. So that's good stuff, and like I said, fortunately I'm not doing too much of that right now. Like I actually used to put the decks on these, I went ahead and used the Gorilla Super Glue gel. Just a couple of dots here and there, and they're never coming off. And the problem with the Bonding is you have to be quick to work with it because it dries very quickly. And if you don't get your parts together before it dries, nothing happens. But it's good for other things, but for what I'm doing here with the decks, getting on the bodies, the super glue works best. Some guys say the super glue won't stick to PLA. I've never had a problem with it, so I don't know. And if you guys are having a problem with it, maybe your super glue sucks or something's not right there. Because I've glued a lot of stuff with super glue, a lot of PLA and PLA plus, and not had any issues. I don't know. Like I said, that's just me. Tom says, my MEK is Alliance Chemical. I don't know who makes it, but like I said, there are several different types of MEK. One is a primer. One's a plastic welder or bonding type thing. They have one that does something else. Because when I looked at Home Depot, they had everything but the one that actually bonds plastic. They were probably just out of stock, but at the time they didn't have them. So I never really went back to look again. But I almost bought the primer until I read the fine print and said, no, that doesn't bond anything. It's basically a primer. You know, well, that ain't going to do me no good. So you got to be careful what you buy. Tom says, I use Gorilla Super Glue brush and nozzle to glue my filament. Yeah, that'll work good. And I have not used, I have used it before, some time back, before I moved here. I think I bought a couple of bottles of it when I was still in Naples, and I was using it to glue the PLA and anything else I needed to glue, and it worked fine. And it was because it was a real thin liquid, you didn't really have to make a mess with it. You know, it was pretty good. Harry says, breathe on the super glue to make it. I didn't know that. You know, I never thought about trying that either. I will though now, if I need to. I've used the, they got the stuff you spray on there that instantaneously hardens it. I used that once, but that shit's so damn expensive. And you waste so much of it, you know. Because it comes in a spritzer. So you put the glue on there and you put the parts together and you spritz it. And boom, it's locked up. But you're wasting so much of it. And I had just a little bottle I paid like $8 for. And I was wasting most of it because I didn't need that much to spritz on things. You know, I wish they'd had something that was a little more concentrated to go where you needed it to go. But I'll remember that. Thanks for that, Harry. I'll give that a try next time. What time? Oh shit, it's 9:45 already. You're almost 9:45. Probably should wrap this up. I don't think we can go too much further anyway. Anyway, we had a good time as always. We talked about a gazillion things, which we always do. So, before we go, I'm going to go ahead and put up the list of our live stream schedule. And of course, tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, BNSF 6951, Cousin Vinny. You want to make sure to catch his show. I'll be there. And then, let's see, Frank's still not on. Saturday, 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time is Back on Track. Not sure who's running it, but you might want to check that out. Saturday at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in the evening is Artie, Oss America. I try and catch him. You might want to too. He's always fun to watch. Sunday at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time is Sidetrack Sunday. And then Monday at 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time is Off the Tracks Monday with James Galton and Trackside Mike. Sometimes they co-host it. Sometimes it's one or the other. I never know who's who. But then again, and afterwards at 8 o'clock on Monday is Tom's Trains and Things. He's a good one to watch. Especially if you're into train shows, he has a full list of train shows. So he'll keep you updated on that. Then Tuesday at 7 o'clock we have On Track Tuesday, and I believe Redbird Tony is up this coming Tuesday. So you want to catch him. Then at 8 o'clock on Tuesday you got Humanity Junction with our good buddy Heath. I got to start watching him. I haven't watched his show in a while. Sometimes I'll catch the replay, but I just haven't had time to really sit down and watch him. And then on Wednesday at 8 o'clock Eastern Time and the PM is Cab Crew Wednesday. They'll have several different possibilities for hosts there. Tom Grassi hosts it on occasion. Derailed Darrell hosts it. The Plumber was. I don't know if he's up to it yet. And somebody else, I'm not sure who it was. Anyway, check them out. They're a fun show to watch. And of course, Thursday morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time is Morning Brew with Dave Thurber. Always a fun show to jump into. And of course, me at Thursday at 6 o'clock, Shortline Thursday. So that's the list. And y'all probably know it anyway, but I like to throw it out there. And Harry says, cyanide glue set quicker with moisture or baking soda. I think you mean cyanocrylate. Cyanide you don't want to breathe because you'll die. That's good to know though. So, moisture or baking soda. That's pretty cool. You learn something new every day. Alright guys, well, like I said, appreciate you hanging out with me. We always have these crazy long shows. But we have fun and that's all that matters, right? So with that, I'm going to thank y'all for for hanging out with me, and want everybody to have a good and safe weekend. And we'll see you next week. if not before, on another show. So may the 4th be with you once again, and take care of yourselves and have fun. Play with your trades whenever you can. Bye for now. No swirly spokes, Gerald. Sorry. I have to work on it.